Okay, let's try it again. Welcome, everyone. How are you all doing? Let me know in the chat. And first things first, let's start with a quick tech check. Can you hear me? Because I'm connecting the new microphone. And can you let me know in the chat from 1 to 10 how good can you hear me? From 1 to 10 in the chat, how good can you hear me with this new mic? Let's give it a try. Let's test it out. Yes, we can hear you. Okay. 10, 9 out of 10. Fantastic. 9 out of 10 out of 10. Wow. Seems like we fixed the problem with the mic, and perhaps we can even put some music later on today. How does it sound to you? That's a good start of the day. I mean, if the microphone is working well, 11. We even got 11. Good. Amazing. Well, we got a Jonathan's fan. Jonatan is not here, but I'm going to highlight your comment so he can feel really good about himself when he joins. 100, we got day trading, dog smoke. Thank you so much. I mean, this is a good thing. You know, the day is great when you join the stream and the technical aspects are not getting in your way. I love it. The day is going to be great. Welcome, everyone. How are you doing? Let me know in the chat. Where are you following today's stream from? Which country are you joining us from? Which city? And how are you all doing today? I already saw some comments about gold, and the chart that you can see in front of you right now is actually gold for me as well. So we are on the same page with every single one of you regarding gold. Oh, there he is. There is a legend. There is a legend himself. Still waiting until he's going to join. Okay. One moment. There we go. Portugal. Almana is here. Portugal. Beautiful country. Canada. Fantastic. Cape Town, Canada. It's actually really early for you, right? What is it, like 3, 2, 3, 4 a.m. in the morning? Thank you for joining us, Steve, at such an hour. Gary from Cape Town, welcome. Good to see you. Melbourne, UK, Hungary, Scotland. Fine, amazing. Good to hear it. Okay. Indonesia is here. Bali, welcome, Abdullah. Zimbabwe is here. India, London, Poland, Ukraine. Доброго дня, вітаю. Nigeria, morning. Liechtenstein is here. Welcome. Good to see every single one of you. Welcome. Uzbekistan is here. Bangladesh, South Africa, more Uzbekistan. Amazing. Yes, I mean, I can, as long as you just share it. You know, you can ask me what I think about several assets. You know, if you share your analysis, I can't really give you a feedback on your specific analysis. The reason being is that I use my own trading system and you use your own trading system. So the problem is that when I'm going to be wrong, you might be right with your perspective of view in the market. When you're going to be wrong, I might be right. And this is a statistic. This is stats of every single trading system, right? It's a balance. So if you trade something else and you view the market from a different perspective, it's difficult for me to give you a feedback on your point of view because I do not see what you see, right? So I can give you my opinion on specific asset. I can give you my opinion on specific bias, right? But I am not really able to give you an opinion on your specific analysis. But share it in the chat, of course. India is here. Okay, welcome. Deutschland, Vinicius, welcome. Kerala, of course you are. LJ, we all know that you are from Mars. I mean, this guy is incredible. He doesn't sleep. He trades like a machine. He's definitely from Mars. I mean, everyone knows about this, LJ. It's not something new. There he is.
What's up? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. We can hear you and see you. Seems like a camera problem is fixed.
Yeah. Did have a little problem with the camera, but it is now fixed. How are you guys? How are you, Anastasiia?
I'm doing amazing. We have some fans for you. I especially highlighted the comments for you because we are waiting for you, Jonatan.
Are you waiting for me? Okay. Well, here I am. Let's get the show. Oh wow! Can't stop staring at. Well, hello. Here I am. Man, you can watch me all day if you want. At least for the next 2 hours, maybe 2.5. I don't know. Wow! Do you see me blush? Getting all red.
We all
red. Look at that. That comment made my day. Keep them coming. Keep them coming. This is better than a win. This is better than a payout.
I knew this. I knew this. Why I love this comment for you, especially. So
you get those comments every day, Anastasiia. So you must be like used to that now. But well, you know what? I'm getting those quite often as well. You know, I'm not that bad looking myself. You know. So. All right, let's move into the what are we trading there? Let's change subject here. What are we trading today?
Trading gold, and we had some comments asking earlier who is shorting gold. So I'm actually shorting gold. This is my chart, and this is gold futures right now. So I'm in a short, and it's about 1/3 in the profit right now for me. So I was waiting until the price is going to go lower. We had the shift with the daily point of control. This is a range XAU charts, but the most important is the order distribution for me now. So the bias is essentially because the cumulative delta is going up and we have an inflow of the buy market orders. That said, the price didn't go higher, right? So despite having an inflow of buy market orders, the price kept consolidating. So the big market makers, market players were absorbing the buyer's liquidity with the sell limit orders right here. And as you can see, finally the price pushed down. So I was selling it right when I saw it at the previous high right here. So it created the equal high on the cumulative delta, and I decided to go short. And it's right now running. And this is essentially, if we look at the CFDs, okay, at my trading view. So the reason also I was looking for it is because we were retesting this previous daily point of control as well. So today's daily point of control. So we have the daily point of control. We have a high volume zone right here, which has been tested yesterday as a support and now is tested as a resistance. The price still tried to push higher than that, still failed. And then this week's were another confirmation for me right here is that, okay, we are going short. So this week's here, let's do this. Okay, so this is another reason for gold short. And I am aiming right now for the price to go to the previous volume zone. So we also broke this volume zone here. And I'm aiming for the price to go at least a little bit lower here or as maximum as here. So if we place our volume profile over the move to the upside, that's essentially going to be it. So this is a point of control of this accumulation. And this is, let's say here is a value area low. So this is my main target zone with that being said that at level 32.85, I'm going to be looking for a reversal. And if it reverses, I'm going to be closing my trade earlier. So this is for now gold for me. So I'm short from and I'm looking for this bias today.
All right, interesting. So I want to show you guys, I'm looking at gold as well, and I want to show you what we did yesterday. So yesterday I shorted gold, and yeah, it's I want to. Okay, we're getting more comments. I gotta check the comment section. We're getting okay. Apparently, I am sweet. You are like sweet to the tea. Without it is tasteless. Without you, this said. Well, okay, thank you. That's awesome. But you know, like this live trading is more than just me. You know, can't forget about all the other hosts. They're like the milk in the coffee. If you like milk in the coffee, I don't like milk in the coffee though. Like they are, maybe they're like the Yeah, okay, let's not get there. Go
That
there. I mean,
was that was a worse compliment if it was a compliment. Like they are like milk in a coffee if you like milk in a coffee, because I don't like milk in a coffee.
me neither.
So,
I don't like making coffee either. So yeah, I don't know.
so
They're
get out of here, and I'm gonna host the stream myself, okay?
well, okay. Okay, so I want to share this. Okay, I want to share this. Now, this is rather frustrating because we did take a short on gold. So we entered, as you can see here, we entered the short on gold here yesterday, and then we got stopped out here. So we got stopped out at the very high before having that move to the downside. So the idea was based on seeing, let's see, seeing the move come down to hit this 618 right here. So I remember taking a short where I shorted here, and I had my stop loss above that high right there, and then I wanted to see a move down here. So it's typical move from gold. You take out those very local highs, and then you move to the downside. I'm pretty sure I got taken out by the spreads here. So that is quite the depressing move. I also took a trade yesterday on Euro USD. We're going to be looking quickly at that one. And yeah, that was a long. That was a terrible long. We're not even above the buy price of this one. So yeah, that's I guess was just overall a not the best type of trade. But the gold one, did kind of make sense. But then I got stopped out right before hitting TP. Let me know in the comments if you have been in a similar situation like this on gold. I'm sure you have, because it feels like gold. That's like the characteristics of gold. Takes out the stop loss and then it runs to TP. Yeah,
I also had that
crazy.
frustrating situation with gold yesterday. I was shorting it, and I had to close it before the overnight layover because I was short on futures. And I went to sleep, and guess what? I woke up to just see that it hit my target.
Nice.
So I closed it with a small profit.
Yeah,
I closed it as a very small profit because of a night layover before the candle, and it hit my target. So it was just it was very frustrating today in the morning.
Yep, it's but that's just how it is. I mean, it's better to have a small profit though, I guess, than nothing. I want to show you guys. I got the actually a really cool trade on the EA account. I want to show you that. Well, it was a good trade. Now it's not looking that interesting anymore. Let's take a look at that one. So I got went long on USD JPY yesterday. You can see here went long on the breakout of the USD JPY breakout yesterday. Had the stops below this one, and now it moved that stop loss to the breakout area. I like the trend here on USD JPY. Unless we take out that local low right here, I do think we might see a potential continuation. Although if we look at the daily, I'm going to go over to TradingView. We can look at the daily as well. And by the way, guys, let me know in the comments if you do have anything that you want us to take a look at during this live stream here. I'm also long on GBP JPY on that breakout right here. This is utilizing a trading stop loss based on ATR. So it has a stop loss, has moved up right below the buy right here. So this one is it's looking interesting. Both of the JPY trades here are looking interesting. But I think what I want to do is I want to move over to TradingView. It's just much easier to look at the markets here on TradingView. We got Ellis as well in the comments. Evening. How is it evening? Oh, right. He's it's at a different part of the world. That's right. Good evening, Ellis. Hi, Jonathan. Do you still reward traders in trade talks? I'm not sure about that. Not sure. That's not my department. But I can definitely look that up. Do we still reward traders in here, though? Yeah, definitely do. And you know what? I just had a WhatsApp message from one of the people in the team, Maya R. She sent me a message. She said, I have this idea. Why don't we select like an MVP from the viewers, from the audience, and then the ones that are giving most value to the live stream, the ones who are perhaps sharing this live stream on other social media, and like the ones that are giving value in the comment section and things like that might actually win an account. I got to think about that one, but that's an interesting idea. Let's just not hope that it's just going to be all a spam fest in the comment section. But we'll definitely, we're here in the live trading room. It's all about giving back to the community, because without you guys, this would be nothing. I mean, without you guys, we would have 0 viewers and 0 subscribers. So for me, it only makes sense to give back to the community. Okay, what was I saying? Yes, USD/JPY. On the daily, obviously what we see here is we're hitting a resistance here. We can look at like where that daily candle closed right there. It's also, let's remove this long position for a minute. You can see here, if we add a horizontal line where the daily candle closed, we got kind of like a nice, interesting horizontal resistance right here. And I do believe that it's this level right now that is keeping price down. If we go into the lower time frames on the 1 hour, we do see that I do have my, like I mentioned, I did have my stop loss. Let's take a look at where exactly that stop loss is. Okay, so the stop loss for that trade is somewhere around here. And I do believe what we're seeing right now is exhaustion in the bullish move for USD/JPY. I would love to have seen this being the local support. If we do add a fib here, we do see that we're below the reload zone. So most likely we're going to be breaking down here. I would say that I'm probably a bit bearish on USD/JPY going forward. So yeah, but being the case that this is a algo trade, I can't really interfere with the setups. But if I would probably close the trade. But let's see what happens.
I'm also short on USD/JPY right now.
You're short on USD/JPY.
Not yet, but I'm looking for a short entry. I was long yesterday and the day before, so I was longing it both Monday and Tuesday. And now it reached my level of reversal, my final target, the ultimate target, and reversed from there. So now I'm waiting for the small pullback and going to be reversing actually.
This is actually a very, very, very cool comment. So I do read this as he's putting his entry orders on where he thinks he's going to get stopped out. And I think that makes a lot of sense. So if you have a short setup on gold, and so my setup, for example, we can go back and we can look at that one. Is it this one? Maybe it's this one. Yeah, so let's look at let's go maybe the 15-minute. Where's the move I'm looking for? Yeah, so this was the trade. I went short, I believe, somewhere around here. I had my stop loss right above that one. I got stopped up at its spreads, obviously, and then I had my TP here. So if you're looking at this and you're thinking, okay, so most of the time, gold takes out my stop and then moves to TP. So obviously what you want to do is you want to try to perhaps get your entry right here. Now, if you're able to do that, and I think this is not the way Victor is trading exactly, but I know that Victor is looking to enter at like the very extremes, like as close to invalidation as possible. So maybe putting like a short right here, and then maybe increasing that stop loss a little bit. So this would be the same setup. So it goes from a 1.5 to a 4.15, which means that you can have a much lower win rate with a higher R like that. So I think it's definitely worth exploring that pattern. When is Victor joining the live? Victor is joining the live later today in a few hours. I believe Victor will be on. And I also have a funded trader interview going that I'm going to do here live in the live trading room. We're going to have a funded trader coming on here and talking about how he got funded and how he stays funded and how he managed to have quite an impressive amount of payouts. So definitely looking forward to that one. Because FX says sweep up stop loss and then wait for setup. I think that's also one way of doing it. You're actually waiting for that level to be hit and then looking for reaction. Because of course, you're seeing something like this, price might just continue higher. But then if you're seeing this level, price is kind of getting above, taking out that level with a small wick right there, and then moving down, maybe that would be a good time to get into short.
And I think it depends on the stats. If you see that your stop losses are getting hit too often, then you definitely need to do something about that. And those two ways of doing it perhaps can be applicable, you know? I don't think everyone needs to wait for their entry where their stop loss is going to be hit, because for me personally, the point is that the level that I'm placing my stop loss at is not hit, because otherwise the whole my setup is invalid. You know, so it rarely happens, for example, that it catches it by the week and then goes. So if I would be waiting for my entry price where my stop loss would be, I would never get an entry in the first place, unless it would be a
I mean that of course makes sense as well. You want to have your stop loss at a level where the idea is invalidated
fully, you know. Like if it goes there, I don't want to trade anymore, and like this whole setup is completely vanished, like down to trash.
But it's very difficult to know when that happens. You know, when is the idea really invalidated? Like when is it confirmed to be invalidated? Because I do feel like sometimes, especially with gold, there's a lot of wicks into the areas where you might have invalidations, right? So you might have a wick into an area that you say, okay, if price moves to this area, the trend is invalidated. But if that turns out to be just a wick based on maybe news or some type of catalyst or just increased volatility, and then what I'm saying is the trend can still be valid even if you're getting like a move into the areas where it would be invalidated. So I think it's difficult. It's difficult, but I guess all you really want to do is you want to back test, you want to look at the numbers and see how often that happens.
Yeah.
And this is an interesting question. Why place a stop loss if you are confident of an invalidation level? That's the reason why you want to place a stop loss. You place a stop loss because you are confident of an invalidation level. So I'm not sure I understand the question.
If you are still asking it 6 months into the Trump's presidency, that's bold.
Yeah. So we approve payouts. We don't what is it? What's it called? Yeah, we don't
deny.
What's the that's right. Thank you. We don't deny payouts. That's not the way we do it. If you get a payout, we pay that out. We don't deny payouts. What else interesting do we have right here? Welcome. First time here. Welcome. Hit that subscribe. Hit that like if you like what you're seeing. Maybe you're gone already, but if you're not, welcome. Happy to help you out if you have any questions. Can I purchase multiple accounts of the same size in the 5ers? I don't have the exact details of this, but there's a limit to the amount of funding. So there's a max funding for each program. So you can't have a limited. Okay, so now Yasin says, unfortunately, no. So I guess that's right, of the same size. Yeah, okay, so I guess I think there's a limit. I gotta check this up. I gotta look at the
different sizes. You can have multiple accounts of the same program, but in different sizes of the account.
And then there's a limit to how big of them combined it can be, right?
Yes. Yes, but you can also purchase a similar account size, but in different programs. So, for example, high stakes and boot camps, you can purchase 2 account sizes of the same size capital, but 2 different programs, and then yes.
So why is it that funded account's still a demo in MetaTrader 5? Because the funded account is connected to a pool on the back end. So obviously you're not trading. Every account is in a sense a demo account, but it's connected to the real market on the back end with a fund. So the 5ers fund, right? So it's not that you have a MetaTrader account and it's like live real money in your MetaTrader. What you're seeing is what would be reflected on the back end. In the fund. What is CRT? Oh no, is it the candle range theory? Oh yeah, no, don't go down that path. Like focus on like the foundations of technical analysis. I think that would just be much easier. I think CRT is like a evolution of ICT, right? Isn't it? Like it's a guy that studied ICT and then he came up with a new theory with like a candle range theory, and it's like, okay, let's do something different. But it's all the same, guys. It's all the same. And like, I'm not gonna comment this, but I'm just gonna pull up the comment on the screen so you guys can like understand where I'm coming from on this. I'm not gonna say like anyone's a scammer, but guys, yeah, that's kind of like where we are.
Maverick, you can do it in your MetaTrader, right? You can just install this thing in a MetaTrader, like an expert advisor that is going to be managing your maximum daily loss and is going to lock out the trades possibility until the end of the day. So you can just do it manually. There are so many different EAs for this. So
yeah, and I think maybe. I'm not like, don't take my word for it, but maybe it would be possible if you reach out to support and you ask support to perhaps change the daily loss limit. We might be able to customize that. I'm not going to promise anything, but if you reach out to support, they might be able to do something on the back end with your
account. He's
account.
asking about the daily loss limit personal. So for example, if you have a 5% drawdown per day maximum, he is asking to place, for example, like 1.5%, 2%. That is going to lock out the trading, but not invalidate the account. So I'm not sure the support can do this. But I don't know.
Maybe. Okay, what is the most effective risk management strategy to consistently pass a prop firm challenge while maximizing profitability? I will show you exactly what that is. And if you just give me a little second right here, I will show you. Hopefully the video is up. We're about to upload a video on that. Okay, so it's not up already, or yet, I mean. But if you go to our YouTube channel, and I'm gonna share everything here with you guys, you can see what I'm doing. Actually, no, I'm gonna share. I'm just gonna share trading view here, and then I'm just gonna make it simple, and I'm just gonna take a screenshot. Okay, apparently I can't take a screenshot. So what you have to do is you have to go into the YouTube channel. Click playlists, and in playlist there is a playlist called Master Risk Marathon Event, and in that playlist you will find a video from Victor. Okay, it's called Risk Management Framework. Go in there. It's a 1 hour long video, video. Go in there, check that video out. It is the best risk management strategy that you want to be using with a funded account. That will definitely help you. Anastasiia, I would love to see your analysis on USD. We have a lot of people asking for that.
I don't have an analysis on USD today. I mean, let's go over it. But at the current moment, I don't really see anything interesting there. I was looking for a short yesterday. I missed it because it wasn't too appealing for me. Let me switch to my screen here. So I'm mainly short bias because we can see that we broke this volume accumulation zone right here. So this is the volume accumulation that I was looking at last week already. I was looking at this as a goal and the price reacted to this. Now we had several times the price was trying to break back above it. And now we have all of this big volume and this big volume and this big volume above the price. So I am bearish on EUR USD. Now, in regards of the entry point, it's quite, like, for me personally, not the best entry right now, because the price has been also consolidating and ranging from the same zone several times. Now, I would be expecting the price to go short from here already, but since we are returning there several times already, so it feels like we are stuck in this box so far. So I'm not keen to take an entry inside of this range right now for EUR USD. Now, if I'm gonna open my futures chart, this is gonna be visible there as well. So what I'm looking for, and the reason I'm not taking the trade, because trading queue looks pretty clean. Now, apologies. Where's my second? Did you remove my second chart? No. 1 second.
Yeah, I can't see anything.
There is a second. Here we go.
You have a. It looks like you have a screen share there.
There, this one.
Yeah.
Okay, why can I hear myself? Yeah, I can hear myself. Okay, but
Oh, well, that's probably, you could probably get an echo. Where you can mute. Let me see if I mute that one. Maybe you can. I think maybe what you've done is you've activated like sharing the sound with the second screen share or something like that.
Yeah. No, now it's working fine. Yeah, thank you. So this is EUR USD. So this is a mess. Now we see that the volume is right above the price, right below the price. So it's basically ranging in between two big volume zones. We have a cluster volumes here, which is support, acting as a support, and we have the contract volume right here. So the maximum contract from the whole volume, which is acting as a resistance. So EUR USD for me looks really quite horrible at this moment. Although the whole situation is bearish for me personally, I would be waiting until the price perhaps maybe breaks outside here and then gives some pullback and retest and at least some range, so I can enter a trade here. So I want to see the beginning of the move, because at the current moment, I could try to enter the trade here and YOLO it and see if it's going to retest it the third time and go down. But again, my target would be limited to 17,610 because it's been retesting it several times already. So it's like hoping that it's going to break now if I'm going to enter the trade, which is not really what I would prefer to do. So I think we're going to range here. And someone is mentioning in the comments that we have the FOMC meeting minutes in the evening. And in fact, yeah, it can consolidate, I think, until that point, because there is nothing else going on today besides the FOMC meeting minutes later on. So this is EUR USD for me. And GU looks quite similar, actually, from my perspective. So if we look at the GU, we see also the same situation, a little bit better perhaps, because if you look at this, we had this resistance here, which after all, the price was testing as a support. We broke back below it. So we have this huge, now let's go back to 1 hour. We have this huge volume area. I'm going to place my volume profile over it. So we have this huge volume area here on top, so above the price. So it could be even like this, basically, where we are at right now. Now, I would be willing to short GBP USD if it goes a little higher and gives me some kind of confirmation here. And then from here, I would be shorting it. So I'm looking for some kind of confirmation for GU a little bit higher here before going short. But that looks cleaner than EUR USD. And once again, we do have the value area low, which is also not the ideal scenario for me personally. So I really like gold today. I'm not really particularly like the currency pairs, to be quite honest with you. Where are you?
All right, here I am.
There he is.
That's wrong. Press wrong button.
So if we look at the futures, for example, we have lots of volume here. So it is quite bearish. But for example, the contract volume is now left below the price. The weekly point of control is now left below the price. So it's also, there is a reason why the price could go higher. So for me, GU is at the very moment currently, if talking about the scalp, it's bullish. And then from here, already looking for some continuation to the downside, perhaps. But how far? That's a question, because we can go back up from here, or we can drop lower and go back up from here, or even lower if the situation changes drastically. So for now, I'm looking for the small movement to the upside, and then from here, I'm going to see what's going to happen. I was looking for this short yesterday, and essentially what happened, so the price broke down, retested it, and broke lower to the 35.51. I didn't take this trade, very frustrating actually, but it did work out, so I'm expecting something like this happening today.
Interesting. Okay, so now let me see if I can go over to your USD here and see if I can find. We got someone spamming Muso FX. Yeah, this is the guy that's going to come on later today, and we're going to do an interview with, and we're going to do some live trading with. So you can see in the description we got links to him as well, and we also see when you can also go to the description and see when he will come on live as well. Let me switch over to
funded trader.
Sorry,
is this a funded trader you're talking about?
Yeah. Could find a trader, get some nice payouts on that one as well. Okay, so let me see. So let's do a top-down analysis here. I want to start by looking at the monthly. We have here on EUR/USD, we have currently broken above the 1.17 area. So on the monthly, you see that this is a significant area. You can see that it has been used as significant support and resistance all throughout the history of EUR/USD, basically. It's a very important level. The next level above that we have of importance is the 1.2022. I also heard some representative of the European Central Bank talking about how 1.20 is like a pain threshold for them. They can withstand, 1.20. Above 1.20, it might become problematic for them. I don't really know what that means or if it has any significance, but it does have an interesting correlation with the level correlation in technicals. So we have right now a breakup of 1.17. Now, looking at the high time frames, this could perhaps be a fake out, right? It could perhaps be a fake out, but there's a few reasons why I don't think it's going to be a fake out. But this is the high time frame perspective. And look at how, EUR/USD have rallied over 16% since the beginning of the year. Now, that is impressive. That we haven't seen a move like that for EUR/USD in a very long time. So that's the monthly, right? And if we go to the weekly, we can see that now the 1.17 level, that's this level right here. Now I talked about the 1.20. The 1.20 aligns with another horizontal resistance area, which is also right in the middle of the area around 1.22 and 1.17, which makes me believe that if EUR/USD is going to continue to trade higher, and what we're seeing right now is kind of like the new normal for EUR/USD, which I don't think it is, but if it is, we could be looking at this level as a new high time frame range. And if this current move continues, I'll be looking at the 1.19 or the 1.20 as the major next level above as resistance. So that's the kind of like the time that's the perspective on the weekly. We're also looking at the 1.14 or the 1.14500 below from a weekly perspective. And in a few weeks, most likely the 20 EMA and the weekly is going to push up into this area as well, adding more confidence here. So if this is truly a high time frame fake out, the weekly trend would still be very much bullish if we find support in this area. So going into the daily, what we have here is obviously looking at the green lines here. We can quickly see that the current structure is very bullish. We've added a fib here, and you can see here the white arrows indicates where we have the fib anchor of this fib. So from the local low to the local high, we have an area at around 1.16 that is confluent with the reload zone and an untested breakout area. It's also right in the middle of the 20 and the 50 EMA. So this is a really good confluence area for bulls to come in and defend this level if your USD is still bullish while we're getting this local retrace. So let's drop down into the 4-hour. And this is where things gets interesting, because what we can see right now is, first of all, that 50% level is in perfect confluence with an untested breakout level right here. And we are now seeing a local downtrend on the 4-hour with the 20 and the 50 EMA starting to slope downwards. We have a bearish rejection inside the local short reload zone right here. And it also confluent with the 20 EMA and the 4 hours. So right now, I would say that there's local selling pressure on EU, although we are seeing like a compression here, maybe something that could be viewed as a like symmetrical triangle, something like that. But compressing, and if we do break this range or compression zone to the downside, we are probably going down and perhaps hitting that 1.16 area confluent with the 50% fib. So very interesting developments here on Euro USD. Now dropping down even lower to the 1 hour, we can see here that we have that clear downtrend and then some sort of range here which aligns with the previous consolidation area right here. So breaking this level to the downside, and I think very highly likely to come down and test that level. And of course, if we break this zone to the upside, the overall high time frame trend is still very much alive, and I would be actually looking at another strong high time frame impulse move to the upside. Okay, so and with the FOMC coming up, that might act as the catalyst to break in either direction. So I do suspect that Euro USD will probably be trading between around 1.17 until around the FOMC, or maybe tomorrow when the markets open again and traders digest the FOMC if there's anything unexpected. That's my analysis on Euro USD. I will be back in just a minute, Anastasiia, and I'll see you soon. Okay.
Okay, guys, can you hear me? Yes, I'm still holding short on gold, of course. Gold short there is nothing that changed actually. So I'm still looking for the short. Now, if we bring the CFDs, for example, so I am in the same exact short, because if we look at it like this, so we on the 5-minute time frame, we place the volume profile over this move to the downside. We have the point of control right here. We have the high volume node that the price is now reaching. So it's perfect. It's still okay, yes. And it's the same level from yesterday. So answering your question, yeah, I still have the same short on gold. For those of you who missed the analysis on gold, I'm in the short right now, targeting this level here, at least one, and this 1 second. So again, we place like the volume profile here, and we have the high volume node here. So mainly this whole zone is what I want to see for gold to be reached, even like a little lower here. So this whole zone here is something that I want to see. And then when the price enters the zone, I'm going to be looking for some levels for the price to reverse from. And wherever it shows a reverse, I'm going to be closing the trade. So normally long term, I am very bullish on gold. Like long term, I'm very, very bullish. So let me just pull up the other chart again, so I can show you the difference and why am I actually looking for the long on gold on the 4 hours and the short on gold on the 5-minute time frame. So it's more like a scalp right now / intraday trade at the current moment. So this is the futures for me, still holding this, as we can see. So that's exactly the same idea. As we can see, the distribution of the orders so far during the day was bullish. So we have lots of buy markets coming in the market. And that being said, the price didn't go up at all. So it kept consolidating. This is giving me an idea that we have a wall of selling orders above the price, holding the price. So this is the divergence between the price and the cumulative delta currently at this very moment. Now, if we look at their 4-hour time frame, so this is their high time frame on gold, right? We look at it, what we will see is very interesting situation if we look at it like this. So quite the opposite divergence. So we had since the 27th of April, we have the majority of the sell-buy market orders into gold. So the market is mainly selling gold since 27th of April, which is very interesting because this has been when the price started going lower after the all-time highs. So that was an all-time high on gold. And then the price started going slightly lower. And as we can see, it's been ranging. So the majority of the orders were sell, that is balance on the bid side, aggressive bid side. And overall, I'm expecting a little longer consolidation because we can see this is not over. But afterwards, I am expecting the new all-time highs for gold. And I'm talking about like 3,700, 800, and 4,000 levels. Because this is a huge disbalance, and normally when we have such a big divergence on the high time frame, the move that we can expect is pretty big. So still some consolidation. So I'm at the very moment I'm short on gold here, and it keeps cutting for some reason on my other screen. But basically, after a while, because of the divergence, I'm gonna be looking for the long-term investment for gold for the buys. Okay, perfect. I'm losing in the face, currently unable to keep my mind calm, lost multiple evaluation account after I lost funded account. I always say that the best thing that you can do right now is to take a break. I mean, seriously, if you lose account after account, account after account, account after account, it means that you are in emotional range and you are trading from the emotional space. You are trading to get back the money that you lost and to get back the account that you've lost so far, not to be profitable. There is a very big difference between trading when focusing on being a profitable trader and focusing on the past losses that you made. So if you mentally are still attached to the losses that you made, if you are attached to the accounts that you lost, the money that you gave away to the markets because of the mistakes that you did, you're going to keep losing because your mind is focused on what? On the losses, right? On the past losses, not on the future profits, not on what you need to do to become a profitable trader once again. Right? So the best thing you can do is to take a break. A lot of people are afraid, scared, unable. They are too attached to the market, too attached to the dopamine, too attached to their emotional range of being in the trade itself. And they cannot let it go. They can't even take a break for a few days. I've seen people having anxiety when thinking about taking a break from trading for 2, 3, 4, 7 days. Not even talking about the months. One of the best things that can happen to you is after this is to take a break for 2 weeks to a month of period of time. Market is still going to be here when you're back. Trade is still going to be here when you're back, but you will have time to calm down, to let it go, to accept the fact that you lost it. And it is okay. Like it happens to us. I've lost 16 accounts in a row before I got funded for the first time. No, I'm lying. 23, I think. 23, I think, accounts. I need to check, but I think it was either 16 or 23, which is anyway a big amount of accounts, right? Until I got funded for the first time in my life. So take a break, calm down, let it go, accept the fact that you lost it instead of holding to it, being attached to the fact of the loss, being attached to emotional pain from the loss, and then analyze what happened. Which mistakes did you make? Analyze what triggers your emotional response. Like, is it the specific amount of money that you're losing, a specific percentage of the account? Is it the specific amount of trades in a row or the losing streak that you are making that is causing you to trigger emotionally, and afterwards it's just a snowball effect that you keep losing and keep losing and keep losing and keep making mistakes. So take a break, calm down, accept it, analyze it, come back stronger, if you take a break for a month, nothing is going to happen. Market is going to be here. You can actually come back and get your funded account again after a while.
I think what people have to, well, I'm blurry. Let's see if I can get that in focus again. Okay. So I think what people have to realize, like, how about we just act as professionals? Like, honestly, like we wake up and we say like, okay, we are, if you're going to be able to, you know, get funded, stay consistent with that account and trade for a living as a professional, act as a professional and really follow the rules of your system. Like, you can't really, you know, imagine you want to become a doctor or a lawyer or whatever. You're going to spend five years in university, maybe even, you know, 6 years until you're fully, you know, ready to become a doctor, whatever. Now, you have to realize that I'm not saying that it's the same thing as being a doctor, but being a professional trader, trading every day and making a living from trading and that as your main income is difficult. And it's almost like, you know, being a professional athlete. And you don't really see professional athletes just waking up and being like, I'm unable to keep, you know, calm mind. I'm in a drawdown phase. I'm losing the account. I think we need to really treat trading as a serious business. And if you're not able to treat it as a serious business, then it's going to be very, very difficult for you to make it in trading. So if you're making mistakes based on mental errors, make sure that you take a break, like Anastasiia said, and start writing in a journal. Like, what are you doing? Like, keep looking for solutions and do not continue to trade until you actually find reasonable solutions to your problems. Because I do feel like in the trading space, there's this thing where there's so much talk about trading psychology, and there's so much talk about normalizing the issues that you get from trading in psychology, which is a good thing, but there's also a dark side of that. It's like it's almost like it's normalized to the point where you should be making these issues if you're a trader, because it's just part of being a trader. But it's not. Part of being a trader is making sure not to make those mistakes. Part of being a trader is making sure that when you make those mistakes, you understand where they're coming from and you start finding solutions for that. I've seen people in the trading industry, you know, 4 or 5 years keep making the same mistakes. If you keep making the same mistakes after 4 or 5 years, there's something severely wrong with your process of identifying what you're doing right and what you're doing wrong, and then just making sure that you do not do the things that is causing you those issues. I know it might be a bit harsh, but we all have to try to just act as professionals in an industry where that is kind of required of us if we're going to succeed. Okay, so kind of like a wake up call. You know what I mean? Like, okay, if I can't manage to figure out this issue, then maybe I have to stop trading and then figure that out and then start trading again after you figure it out. Because I do see a lot of people, they just continue to trade, making the same mistakes over and over again, but they just continue to trade, okay? And just take a break and figure it out before you continue trading.
Yeah, I agree with you, but you realize that it's very hard, right? It's emotional range. It's like emotional addiction that people have to trading. So it's like taking a break to calm down, I think, the first step always, because we can mentally, by brain, you realize that you need to do something, but emotions keep you in the loop of like buying new accounts and trying and blowing, and it gets only worse and worse. So I think just taking a break, stepping away until you accept the fact that you lost it and you need to do something different the next time is crucial to just break the cycle. Otherwise, you just get stuck in emotional cycle. This is how the psychology works, right? Of addiction to something like a loss and pain of this.
Yeah, and we have a great comment here as well from UK Swing Trader from Mike Bellafiore, who says that the number one reason for psychological conflict is trading a system without an edge. Once you have a system with an edge, then you need to be honed to use that edge. So basically, the reason why a lot of people say that the reason why there's such a high failure rate in the trading industry is because of the psychological issues that most people, most people face in the world of trading. Now, that's not really that's not really a big that's not really as big of an issue as trading a system that has no edge. I think for most people out there, the reason why they're having a lot of psychological issues in trading is because their system is not profitable. When you have a system that is profitable and you see that you're actually able to consistently make money with this system if you just follow the rules, following the rules is going to be much easier if you actually have proof that what you're doing is profitable. Most people do not have that proof. Most people buy a course, follow that course, and they rely on the person creating that course to give them the results of the course being accurate for the course creator, but not for the person trading that system. So what you have to do is you have to first create a system, backtest that system, and be able to rely on the statistics that the backtesting is telling you, and then forward testing that. And if the forward testing confirms the backtesting, then congratulations, you have a system that is profitable. You have found your edge in the market. Now it's time to work in the trading psychology. It's not the other way around. You don't need trading psychology if you don't have a profitable system. And I think that is one of the reasons why so many people fail in this industry, is because they focus too much on trading psychology at the wrong time in their career. Because without a trading system, guess what? It doesn't matter. Doesn't matter if you're really, really good at trading psychology. Like, it doesn't matter. You need a profitable system first, and then try to figure out how to deal with drawdowns, how to deal with losses, and all of that. And before that happens, you shouldn't even be trading. You shouldn't even be risking any amount of capital. You should only be demo trading. Okay, you should only be system developing and demo trading. But that's not what people do. What people do is they say, okay, I buy this course, and now I have this course. I know how to trade the system. I'm gonna, put money in an account and start trading the system. And then you realize that, okay, the system wasn't really that profitable. Now I have to figure out what's wrong with my psychology to be profitable. No, you have to develop a system, backtest that, get statistics. That's how you become profitable in trading. It's a complicated dilemma in trading, for sure.
It is. I would disagree with you on that, unfortunately. I think without proper trading psychology, the system doesn't matter. Like, the people don't even know, like, someone cannot even realize if the system is profitable or not if they don't have enough for correct trading psychology to go and backtest it. Because to be able to go and backtest it and collect the data, you already need to have the proper trading psychology to say, I'm going to sit down, I'm going to backtest, I'm going to forward test it, and I'm going to do it. Because other than that, like, people they try to just go with it and hope that they're going to win. And the system can be very profitable, and people are still going to lose money. There is a saying, that the quote from one, I don't remember which firm it is, but from one of the biggest hedge funds in the industry on the Wall Street. Some years ago, they said even if we would write our trading rules on the wall of the Wall Street, people would keep still losing money.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, okay, sure. I get what you're saying, but I still think there's an overemphasis on the importance of trading psychology in the wrong phase of your trading career. I do think that trading psychology, I'm not going to say it's overrated. I do think that trading psychology is the most important thing, but it's only the most important thing after you've done studying. You've done studying technical analysis, and you've done studying the trading system that you're going to be using. So we have a comment from Andy B. Now I know that you've all Andy B. You're always in these live streams, and I do appreciate you. I do know that, and I've been reading your comments, and I've been following you for a while here. You're very skeptical of our track records and all of that. But let me be honest with you guys, and Andy B here. So I am right now, I would say I'm more close to break even than actually profitable. I've been in the drawdown for quite a long time. The system that I traded was highly profitable in. It kind of like started declining in 20. I think that was like started declining in 2023, And in 2024, I saw that I needed to make some serious changes to my system. So all the payouts that you've seen from me in the past are from that period when my system did very, very well. And this is important to talk about, because very rarely are you going to see a trader on YouTube saying things like, okay, I was very profitable, now I'm not that profitable anymore. But it's important to know that even people in my position that have been trading for 8 years and been making money from trading, also it's going to enter periods where they'll see that they're going to make less money and they're going to be less profitable because of their system might be showing alpha decay. And I think that happened for me after COVID. That's also one of the reasons why I'm moving more into algorithmic trading, because I see now that the performance of my algos are kind of outperforming my manual trading. So the thing that I have to decide now is, will I spend maybe an hour, a year or so to develop a completely new trading system, or will I focus on the algos that are already showing outperformance? So these questions are important, because although I don't really have a reason to show any track record, it's still important to show the reality of trading. You might have a profitable system, but that system will not be profitable in all of the future. So if you talk to traders that might have been trading for 20 years, they're not going to tell you that they have the exact same system. Some will, but most will say that there's going to be changes made over the years. And you have to realize that if you're going to be a full-time trader relying only on the profits from trading, you're going to have a period in your career that is going to be very, very difficult to deal with. And remember, most of the people you see on YouTube are not profitable. Most of the traders you see are not profitable. So to follow someone, just make sure that you start at the right place. You start at understanding technical analysis, and you start on developing your own system, because you're never going to be profitable following someone else's trader system, especially not if that system enters a alpha decay period and you have no idea about it. So develop your own system. That's all I want to say on that. Okay.
I wanna actually pull up this one as well. Good question. Very good. I just relaunched it 3 days ago, so you will be able to track it. And I'm also going to be posting it again on the ABL. So join the ABL. It's free AlphaBeta Lab, and I'm going to be posting the updates there every week. So great that you asked. Thank you. Forgot to mention that.
Yeah, and as well, Andy B, I do understand that it's important for you to show a track record, but you know what? We're not gonna like, okay, here's the track record of every host in the live trading room. Like, we do this for entertainment and informational purposes only. Nothing that we say here is trading advice. And what we do here is give you some bits and pieces of what has worked for us in a trading career, and give you some ideas on what might work for you, where you might start. Like, we're obviously not going to give you like the full track record of everyone trading here, but because that's their own personal that's their own personal track record. If they want to share that, that's completely up to them. We know, of course, talking with the traders that we have on here, their track record and the payout and everything like that. And we would never bring someone on here on the live trading room that is just not at the level that we think you guys deserve in the live trading space. But to be completely like, we are transparent as much as we want, but to give like, there's levels to it, So yeah, I do appreciate your comments here, and it's an important discussion to have. I think most live trading scenarios, live trading rooms like ours probably ignore questions like yours, but we're all here. We're all ready to take the difficult conversations as well, because I think it's a pain point in the industry. I think it's this industry is filled with people that have realized that it's much easier to sell the dream of trading than actual trading, and want you guys to think about that. Okay. Time time is it? 11:40. Feels like I've been here for hours, but no.
You didn't have enough coffee today?
I did have coffee.
I wanna actually get a coffee, but I'm first gonna cover this because I was looking at indices while you were talking. So I am looking at the short potential on Dow Jones right now because the price came into the previous volume zone right here. So I would be looking at something like this. Now this could be 1 to 3 risk to reward, 1 to 2.5 risk to reward, depending on the profit stop loss placement, with the potential of the price returning to the previous volume cluster here. So this is something I would looking for now at the same time, because I saw the comments of NASDAQ and S&P 500, so that's why I'm looking into this as well. At the same time, I am not going to take this trade because of the correlation with S&P 500 and NASDAQ. If you look at the S&P, on the other hand, we see that the price has been breaking through the high volume node here. Just delete all of this and highlight it from the 0. So we had the high volume node here. We were looking at this long already last week, and we see the price consolidating. There is a chance that it's going to get stuck in the consolidation before FOMC, and indeed Dow Jones and S&P 500 are going to reverse now like this. But however, that would be going against my rules because we just broke above this high volume node, and essentially the priority for me right now is bearish this very moment. So if we place it like this, it is, yeah, it's still bearish basically. For still bullish for S&P 500 and bearish for Dow Jones. So I would be waiting for something like this to happen, perhaps on around the FOMC time. And the same situation I have on NASDAQ. So whoever was asking, I can't find this comment now, but I know you guys were asking about this. For NASDAQ, we have the same similar situation here. So the price has been accumulated volume and now finally broke through this volume accumulation. If I would be trading trend lines, I would be talking about the break of the trend line as well right here and the trend. Now, since I don't trade it, I see it differently. So I see this zone right here as an accumulation zone. We see the price testing it here, testing it from the downside, then consolidating. So the upwards test, the downwards test, accumulation before the breakthrough. So I would be also aiming at something like this for NASDAQ, and perhaps the continuation of the all-time highs as well. We know that Trump did bring more tariffs on the Asian side specifically as well, just 2 days ago, right, on Japan and other countries too. As we can see, it didn't have such a negative effect on the rest of the indices so far. So FOMC meeting today is gonna give a lot of doesn't have to, but can bring some clarity at their expectations towards inflation concerning the new package of the tariffs from the Trump. For NASDAQ, for S&P 500, I would want to see the price going slightly higher, then coming back if it's futures waiting to the area 22,920, 930 zone, and then buying it from here. For S&P 500, it would be this area here, so the previous point of control of the week, and also $2 higher than that. And he left me again. Okay. Let me see. Okay, guys, let me just go through the comments. Okay, which asset do we want to cover? Now, I'm still in a short for gold right now. And yeah, there are a lot of scammers in the industry, especially if someone gives you the accuracy. Ask them always which period of time are they talking about. Are they talking about the months, the past week, the past year, the past 5 years? What is the accuracy reflected to? Like if someone claims to be 87% accurate, which period of time are we talking about? Like which period, and like one account, all accounts, everything together? Yeah, we covered EU and GU. We covered EU and GU earlier already. So for the GU, I'm quite bearish for both of them, but I don't really see the entry for the current moment. I would like to see GU going a little bit higher. If we look at this specific movement to the downside, we have this volume accumulation here. We have the value area low as well. So I would want to see the price going higher and giving me the confirmation for the short. That at the same time, let me bring up my second chart again. At the same time, it is quite not looking good on the futures market because we are stuck in between several volume zones. So this is how it looks. We see that the price is right below the contract point of control, but above the weekly one, above this point of control of the previous cluster, above this high volume node of today. So the price is in between the volumes. I would say the price going higher and then maybe short, the same as I was looking for on trading view, but it's still gonna take some time. At the same time, this is EUR USD. Where is it here? So this is EUR futures, and that looks even worse because the price is literally in between the contract point of control, the weekly point of control. If the price would go lower and break through the previous lows, at least break through this volume cluster, and then give me some confirmation, I would probably short it. I am really short on EUR USD, like from the perspective of the bias. So if you go to the EUR USD Forex, because those are our futures, I'm really, really short because as we can see, also, 1 second. That's not what I wanted to do. This accumulation we did break through, tried to going up, failed, the price went down, is now currently retesting it. So this whole zone here is my ultimate short zone for EUR USD. The same here, we had accumulation, we broke through, retested it, going down, the same principle. Accumulation, reaction, try to go up, fail, break, retest, movement to the downside. So it's pretty straightforward. I am bearish. I am aiming for the ultimate at level 16,050 even for EUR USD. So I would say even here. However, once again, I don't really see yet the entry. I would want probably to see the price already moving and then giving me some kind of confirmation and then continuation. This entry right now is not looking too bad, but it's quite risky for my system, so I'd rather skip it. Welcome back. Welcome back.
Thank you. That looks. I think that was what I looked at as well, right? That level below. Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
1.16 area. Yeah, I'm looking at the I think 1.16400 is the level that I'm looking at. I think 1.16400 looks like a really good area if we do get that drop to the downside. Guys, let me know. I'm going to do a poll in the comment section if you are bullish or bearish on EUR USD.
Amazing. I'm gonna now do the same as you did and leave you for 3 minutes of time and gonna be back in 3 minutes.
Right, sure. All right. Okay, what am I doing? I'm gonna send a message. I'm gonna send a message on my phone. Wow, I'm being very unprofessional here, but I'm sending the message right now. And done. Okay, so what are you guys thinking? What are you guys thinking? Wait. Let me see. Let me get rid of that person trying to get you guys to join his Telegram. Do not join in the Telegram channel if you see them in the comments, unless they're from the team. Obviously, we cannot confirm that it's not something fishy with that. Can you guys hear me, by the way? Can you guys hear me? So I did have some issues with the mic previously. So let me know if you do if you're possible, if you can hear me basically. Okay, so we're looking at USD here, and then we're looking at bearish 68% being bearish. Now, okay, so what time frame are you guys bearish on? Okay, I think that's important because obviously you're looking at the higher time frames. I don't really see anything that's very very bearish about your USD. But on the shorter, the lower time frames, of course, if we do break lower here, then that might be a reason to go short. So we have one saying that he's bearish on all the time frames, especially the 1 hour and the 4 hour. We got on the 4 hour, the 5 minute. Okay, so it's a mix between being bearish on the high time frames and the lower time frames. So it's interesting to wait, just give me a second. I think I sent the you know, I said I'm going to send a message. So I pull up my phone and I'm sending the message, and I'm sending the message to someone completely wrong person. That's what you get when you're trying to live stream and send messages at the same time. I'm just going to take my phone. I'm just going to place it here, and I'm going to forget about it. Okay. So we're bullish on 69% saying bearish on Euro USD. Okay. I mean, it kind of makes sense. I mean, the local trend on 4 hours is definitely bearish. The daily, though, the daily is very bullish. I would say the daily is very bullish. If we do hit a level, if we hit that, 1.16400, I do think that we're potentially going to see a possible bounce on the daily. But of course, we can come down even lower here on the daily. But I do definitely like what I'm seeing here on the high time frames for a bullish trend. Okay, 4 hour, 1 hour. So what are we waiting for here then? On the 50 minute, let's try to put some levels on here to see like what are we waiting for a confirmed break on Euro USD. Let's go down to the 5 minute here. So what we're seeing right here is, let me remove that one. Keep that one. So what we have here is, obviously we have a level right here, but we also have some type of level down here as well. So the question now is, when would you guys think that, like, when would the idea to perhaps short this down to this level? Now, remember, I'm looking at the 1.16400 because of like this breakout level. It's a very good looking breakout level right here. So I would want to perhaps short your USD down to that region if we break down. But where is, okay, so you want to, so this guy wants to short your USD right now. Do you guys want to short your USD right now? Let me know in the comment section. Do you guys want me to short USD right now? Let me do a poll on that. Okay, I'm gonna go into the comment. I'm gonna open up a poll right now, and I'm gonna see if you guys want me to short your USD right now.
I want you to short Euro USD right now.
Why?
Because I want to kind of short it, but it's too risky for my account to take. So I want to, feel in this urge to short Euro USD somehow. So if you have an account, if you are YOLOing it anyway.
Okay, well, We got 58% saying yes, 61% saying yes. Okay, so go into the comment section. Make sure that you vote for that poll. And while you're in the comment section, while you're looking at that one, make sure that you also hit that like. We are currently at 127 likes, but about 400 people watching. So definitely there's a divergence here. I can sense a possible bullish divergence between the likes and the concurrent viewers. So make sure that you go in and hit that like so that we can get sort of a breakout. Maybe we see like an ascending trend line on the like structure right now. Okay, shorting EUR/USD right now, going down to 58%. I'm going to put a little timer on here for, let's see, where do we have the timers? Is that a timer? That is time. It's a 1 minute timer right here. Look at this. Got a 1 minute timer on right now for that poll. So go in and answer that poll. And when the timer goes to 0, I will be closing that that poll. So make sure that you go in and vote for that poll. Yeah, I guess it's poll. I don't know.
It's just poll.
Question. Okay. Someone saying, don't wait for any trades. Don't take any trades. Wait for the retest. Yeah. Nelson saying laboratory mouse. Yes, it's kind of like feels like that's what we're doing with this account right here. Okay, let's see. 1 minute has passed. We're ending the poll right here. 55% says we're going short. Okay, so we're going short. Okay, we're going short. Where is the stop loss going to be? Where do we want to have the stop loss on this trade, guys? And are we gonna hold it after FOMC? Okay, so let's see. We're gonna make another poll. Someone says above mass. What's mass? What do you mean mass? Above mass? This dude is insane taking chat advice. Yeah, you must be new here. You must be new here.
Definitely.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, one stop loss 100 pips. Nah. Okay, do not sell. Well, we're gonna sell because we've just decided that we're gonna be selling. Above the EMA. What EMA? 1.7193. Oh, MAs, moving averages, but you didn't write MAS, you wrote mass. But yeah, definitely. Okay, so let's first go in with the, we got the, so what I'm looking for is numbers, okay, numbers. One saying 1.174, where does that place stop loss? Let me share the screen and we can look at that on MetaTrader. We have it right here. So the stop loss here, let's go to the 50-minute. We're going to go short. Take profit. It's going to be 1.16401. Then it's going to be down here. The risk to reward of this trade is 2.8 currently. Do you guys think this is a good stop loss? 1.17400. Should we have it higher or lower? Higher or lower? Okay, stop loss. Let me just do stop loss higher or lower. So you can go into the comment section and vote higher or lower, and then of course also go in and check the poll in the comment section, and also let me know if you want the stop loss to be higher, where should that stop loss be? If you want it to be lower, where should that be? We have a question here. Hi, I'm a beginner and I have a doubt regarding FOMC. Is it okay to trade today or should I skip today? It depends on what your backtesting tells you. Should you be trading during FOMC? What's your performance during FOMC? Look back, look at the days where you had previous FOMC. What does that tell you? We can't answer this question for you because we don't know what currency you're trading, what pair you're trading. Maybe you're trading crypto, maybe you're trading forex market, maybe you're trading the indices. We don't know if you're trading the 1 minute or the monthly time frame. We don't know if you're a range trader or a mean reversion trader. That's the same thing. A trader or a trend following trader, I mean. So I can't really help you with this, but you can help yourself. Okay, so you say that you say that you're trading EUR USD. Now go back and look at what's your performance on the days during FOMC. If you're negative, then don't trade during FOMC. This is what I talked about previously. Most people trade without even knowing their own system or even knowing the stats on their system. This question you should be asking your trading journal. Now, of course, we can help you, and the simple answer is skip today. That, do not trade today. FOMC, do not trade today. That's a simple answer to that. Most likely, it's better not to trade, but maybe FOMC is like the most profitable day in the month for you. We don't know. Go back and look at your journal. Okay, so now we have 55% saying higher. I'm going to put a timer on that as well, and we'll see. Do we have... are we going to be looking at higher stop loss or lower stop loss? Let's see what you guys... Let's see what you guys find. We have 55% saying higher. Now, if you want me to put if you want me to put that stop loss higher, where do you guys want me to place that stop loss? Okay, so Alex King saying 1.17468, 1.17468. Okay, I mean, it's not a bad stop loss, but why would you want to play stop loss right on that resistance? It's basically, if price comes up and hits that level, then you're getting stopped out at resistance on a short.
Hey, Nora. Good to see you.
What's up, Nora? You're late. Welcome. Let's see. Where are you in the top fan section? Okay, we are... Timers up. Nora's not even in the top.
But she
anymore.
How do you expect her to be in the top?
But she's always in the top, and that Vinicius is in the fourth spot. Now, guys, you are lagging behind. You're lagging behind. Got to keep that up. Why don't you folks trade the DAX? For the same reason that I don't trade the copper market or the coffee market. It's just not markets that I've put my system to test with. It's not something that I've looked into, But I have taken a few trades on the DAX, but I probably should. I probably should look at it more often. Okay, so now the poll is over. We got 56% saying higher. Okay, so this is a good comment. It's a good comment, but I definitely like it when it's a bit more chaotic. So we're going to go with the comments. Okay, so now where do I think the stop loss should be? Well, I think the stop loss should be all the way up here. I think we should be going for like 1.5 instead of like higher risk reward. I think the stop loss should be here. And I think that the entry should be here. But that's what I'm thinking. Okay, that would be my trade. Now, let me know, guys. Do you think this would be an interesting trade? Do you still want to go short at market, or would you want to take a trade like this instead? I think this makes more sense. But then again, you voted for going short at market right now. So usually what I do in this experiment is I don't share my analysis before you've decided on a trend. So I don't think I don't share my analysis before we've actually entered the trade, not to influence you guys too much. But I feel like in this scenario, I kind of have to. So next poll will be enter orders on this trade or market. Enter limit, market. So go into the comment section and vote for what you guys want to do with this trade right here. Got 1 minute. What do you guys think about or Anastasiia? What do you think about this particular trade right here?
I saw LJ is shorting USD already as well.
He's shorting right now.
Yeah, he's shorting right now.
Did he write that in the comment section?
In the comments.
Where are you, LJ? Where's LJ?
Wait, I will find it. I saw it. Yep, right here.
Short. Okay. Well. Okay. Short. Stop. Okay. Stop. 17. 1.1732. What? Okay. I'm just gonna. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm enter limit now. Now we're at enter limit. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to enter orders for this trade right here. It's been 1 minute. We got 62% saying enter limit. I'm going to enter orders for this trade right here. How many percentage are we going to risk? Next poll. How many percentage are we? I like it's still too early for that, LJ. Like, who are you? This guy, like LJ, he's a very good trader, making a lot of good trades. It's like, I like that. Like, you know, maybe we could add like still early for that, still early for me, or something like that. But I'm pretty sure that LJ is probably reading these comments and like, oh, okay, I gotta change that trade. Okay, so I like this, and I'm gonna enter the orders for this one. I don't care about anyone. I don't care about you guys. 1% trade. 1% trade. Henry says 0.5%. Okay, but you're from Australia. We're gonna double that. Okay, short, sell limit, right there. Here we go.
You're from Sweden. You go all high risk, high adrenaline.
Yeah, I don't think we're known for being high risk. Honestly, I think Australians are probably more high risk.
Yeah, actually,
definitely more high risk.
Definitely, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so. Yeah, okay, so that's okay. That's the trade. Now, what we're going to see now is his absolute. The market is absolutely completely dumped to, you know, to like 1.15 or something like in the next hour or so without hitting my entry. Okay, let's see. What's up, Marina? Welcome to the live stream. Hope you're doing good today. Let us know if there's anything we can help you with today or anything that you want us to look at today. Self-made talk says less risk. Well, more risk. More risk. We need more time for a descending triangle. Okay. Descending. Not sure. Not sure. What I see now is probably like more of a, if you look at the 4 hour here or the 1 hour, probably more of like a, I don't know. Like wedge, like symmetrical, not of course it can't be a symmetrical wedge, but it can be like a, what is that called when you get like a big up move and then you have like a like a symmetrical, it's like a flag pattern. It kind of looks like a bull flag in a sense. Let's see. Let's
like
see what
on
we
a
get.
daily 4 hours.
Yeah, like the 4 hour.
Doesn't it look like a huge head and shoulders for you though? Like with this left consolidation looking like a left shoulder, then the head, the retest, and then now the right one?
Yeah. Could be that as well. Yeah, it does look like a sort of head and shoulders.
It does look kind of bearish to me.
Yeah, it does. But and then you look at the daily. I do think that we do have a good level below. So I think we'll see. But this could this is probably a trade that we're going to be holding for a while because I don't think a lot of things will happen until the FOMC.
No, I think it's going to go slightly higher still. And then maybe from there, it's going to be a good trade.
Yeah. All right, interesting, guys. What are you? What else are you looking at here today? What else do you guys want us to perhaps take a look at? Let us know in the comment section. I'm gonna move over to Trading View. Self-made talks. You gotta work on your vocabulary. Yes, I don't think it's an issue with my vocabulary. It's just I don't used to know where to find the words. They're somewhere in there, but I just can't find them. So I think I know words. I just don't know where they are. Can't find them. That's the issue. That's the issue. Opinion on DAX. Yeah, let's take a look at that one.
DXY. Have a look at the DXY. I was looking at it earlier. Let's go over here. DX. So if we look at the DXY, that's very interesting because what I want to first of all check is the weekly time frame, because on the weekly time frame, guess where we are? We are right here, so at the bottom of this huge range. Now we all know that Trump wants the DXY lower, and we talked about this last week already on the stream. Oops, actually I need to share my screen here. So we talked about this last week already on the stream. So are we waiting for the short on DXY on the dollar index, or are we waiting for it to happen right now or later? Now, I think personally that the biggest drop is going to start when we're going to have the FOMC part finally, Federal Reserve finally cutting rates, or at least definitely saying that the rate is going to be cut, because although they are saying that the probability is high now, there is still a chance that in the closest upcoming two meetings, the interest rate is going to be kept the same. Now, this is most likely something that's going to push the DXY slightly higher. So we are retesting the same low. We are still in the same weekly range from May 2022. If going closer, let's switch to the 4-hour time frame, for example, we will see that we have left huge volume below. So all of this volume zone is currently below the price. We have the value area high from here. We retested it. So we retested the volume zone and the whole accumulation here. And I'd say we are going higher. And that's one of the reasons I'm looking for a buys on USD JPY and for the sells on Euro USD and GBP USD as well, and gold included too. So the weekly point of control is also right below the price right now, 97,200 level. This is where the price is currently at and trying to reverse from here. And the goals that I'm looking for the price to reach is this high volume node, so approximately this level here. So this would be the first zone. And together with this, so I'd say this zone right here. And then if the price reaches this and breaks through this, then I'm expecting the price to come back towards the previous consolidation on the 4-hour time frame here. So I'd be waiting for this movement on the DXY and then continuation to the downside, perhaps from those. But the 4 hours is bullish for me right now, which is a good confirmation for us for Euro USD sell ID, Jonatan, that you got. What's your opinion on DXY though?
Well, so when I'm looking at your chart here, I could definitely see that we're hitting. I mean, what I see is we're hitting resistance. Mm-hmm. So let me see if I can pull up
this one.
Oh, let me see if I can. I'll pull up my screen and I'll see what we can find here on dollar currency. The dollar currency index. Let's see on the daily here. I'm just gonna take. It's been a while since I did this analysis. Okay, so we're trading in this. So this is a monthly, right? Now, what's interesting is that we have this. I got a couple of ranges marked out here, and what's interesting is this latest move to the downside hit the range EQ area of that one almost perfectly. Let's see where we have the fibs of this one as well. Yes, it's right in the middle of the reload zone here as well on the higher time frame. So that's a good support area. We probably, I mean, as you can see, we're getting a bullish reaction to that area, which kind of makes sense. Going into the weekly, let me see if I can add all of this to a the folder here in TradingView. So on the daily, okay, let's mark out that level, see if we can find any confluence with prior. Okay, so that level right there I view as a significant resistance. So what happens is we went down and we hit kind of like that support level right there. Then we have that resistance above, which aligns with, on the lower time frames, it aligns with this area right here. So I would be viewing this as resistance, and unless we do, yeah, I mean, that's resistance to me. The local trend is definitely strong, but what I'm thinking is like my euro short is this, right? I think I had my limit orders here, and I think I had my stop loss above around this area, and then for I think maybe it was perhaps like a move here or something. I can't really remember, but on the lower time frames, this aligns with EU. But if if this support breaks for the dollar, then no, it's the other way around, of course. Longing this would be a short on EU, so I would have my long positions here. Yeah, right. So if this level break,
fine.
I'm actually,
because as much as you can say that it's hitting the resistance, you can put the same line on the bottom and say it's hitting the support, right? That was a resistance before. And
yeah, but I believe that the higher time frames is more important here than the lower time frames. If you look at the daily, I think we had that gap to the downside. Well, I guess it's gap, or it's not really a tradable asset like that, but still, at least on Oanda, we had that gap. So it's an important level here on the daily, and we're testing that level as resistance. As long as dollar, as long as the DXY stays below this level, I am bearish on this, right? Now, if we add Euro USD to this, yes, we got Euro USD here. Change. So the blue one is the dollar, and you can obviously see that they're inversely correlated, which of course they are. Let me see if I can zoom out a little bit here on the 4-hour. And kind of move it like this. So this is where we are trading right now. Now remember, the dollar is the blue one. Now my short setup on the euro is this, right? Got my stops up here, and then I have my TP at 1.16400. So I have my TP down here. That's my short on euro. Now you can also see that. So that's the euro. Now if gold, not gold. Why am I saying gold all the time? If the dollar breaks this support, then most likely our Euro USD trade will be invalidated. And I think there's there's actually a slightly higher likelihood of the dollar moving down here. Because if you look at the daily, the trend on Euro USD is very bullish, right? It's very bullish. Can remove dollar here. And you see this is Euro USD in a clear uptrend, and the dollar in a very clear downtrend with a bearish rejection. Remember, we had a wicks here. This is a line chart. We can't see the wicks, but we had a very clear rejection on the dollar right on that level as Euro USD is in an uptrend. So even though we had a strong reaction from the dollar is currently in a downtrend. Euro USD is in an uptrend. So if we're going to be trading with the trend, we actually want to go long on Euro USD here. But looking at Euro USD here, we see that there's sort of like almost like a gap to the downside, and we have the 20 EMA. So on the lower time frames, there is, of course, the possibility of Euro USD moving down, hitting that untested level at 1.16400, but still be quite bullish. The problem I'm having with that analysis, with looking at the dollar, is that for Euro USD trade to be valid, and most likely for the Euro USD trade to work out, the dollar needs to get above this level. That's when that momentum will come in on Euro USD most likely. And is it likely to see your USD break above this level? And I'm only talking strictly from a technical point of view. And I mean, it's going to be resistance until proven otherwise. So we're in. I think the structure of the dollar is making it a little bit more difficult to be confident in the Euro USD short. Yeah, I do want a golden chain. I want like a big fat golden chain. My fiance doesn't like gold though, so she thinks it would be better with silver. But I'm gonna get a gold chain. I don't care. I want a gold chain.
We should move to US.
Yeah, or India. They love gold in India. Can go to India. You can get all kit out with like gold, everything.
Or like in US, 3 golden chains you got and the hat. Take the pink hat from LJ.
Yeah, pink hat and gold chain. Yeah, let's do it. Nice.
Pink would work for you.
Yeah, it could definitely work. Yeah, I could definitely see myself being able to do that.
You're rocking it in the pink hat and the gold chain.
Denisha says something interesting. My opinion is that if we have a short on Euro USD, will be a break of rules. Now, what are those rules? I think rules that follow the overall trend. I kind of agree with that. I think shorting Euro USD here is a short-term play that goes against the trend, and I think you're definitely right here. Okay, let's see. But yeah, it does look like on low time frames. Yeah, it's looks like it looks like it wants to break down on the lower time frames, and we have such a clear level below. But yeah, it's definitely risky trading against the trade here. But I do have those orders in. Let's see. I'm thinking maybe we'll get a spike around FOMC, and we can. Yeah. Good morning, FX. I've seen the videos of the street food in India. I'm cautiously optimistic. I'm cautiously optimistic on that. Now the message got removed. Not sure if you removed it. Maybe I shouldn't have brought that up. I don't know. Whatever. Let's move on. When do we have our next session? We have what do we have? We have Mike and the wonderful LJ from the land of the spiders and the snakes and the animals, which is Poland. Yep, that's right. Mike's from Poland, but I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about Australia.
Mike's not from Poland, but he lives in Poland.
You can't hear the Polish accent in his accent. No,
what you mean? It's not.
Nah, he's from. He's from. Where is he from? He's from
UK.
Yeah, well, I was gonna say something fun. You ruin it all. Yeah, obviously he's from the UK. What's up, LJ?
Hey, LJ.
I'm from Mars, bro.
Mars, yeah, okay.
It's from Mars. Yeah. I just
right, and here it comes with the humor. Yeah.
That's it.
All right, man. I love your background.
I missed before. Did we take that euro trade, or were we in like a limit?
Yeah, I got limit orders. Limit
At what
orders.
level?
I thought you took it already.
Yeah, because I was saying go at spot, but I mean, obviously this is the community trade, but because I had to duck out before, so I missed it. But
Okay, so I got my entry orders on 17,287. So I guess 17.3, something like that, close to right below 17.3.
LJ is even having the pink setup now for his pink, cute hat that he has.
Nice.
yeah. I got the purple going on. I've changed the color scheme. We can do we got like rave lights as well.
No,
Yeah,
the pink-
Anastasia, that's purple. That's not pink. You're colorblind. You're like me.
I'm not colorblind. I've been painting for my whole life.
That's right. You're an artist as well.
Oh, really?
Amazing.
I paint also.
You
Oh, you paint also?
Yeah.
Wow. I feel like I shouldn't be here. Like you
I've
should
got
be
other stuff
talking
hanging
about
up on the
painting
wall
stuff.
out there, but
Wait, yeah. Okay, let's show me something.
I don't know. That was just one of my friends. I painted this is
Wow,
just a random scrappy one.
Wow.
But I've got other stuff like hanging up, like more than a 5-minute job, right? But yeah, no, I love painting. I love drawing.
I drew this. Drew that.
Nice. What is it?
Yeah, it's nice. I don't.
Nice.
Just lines. Lines.
Stickman.
Yeah. I did a.
That's modern art for you. That's fine.
I got a drawing here as well. Look at that.
Why does it look like it's blurred out like it's
It's
graphic
larger.
content?
Oh,
Oh, there we go.
Look,
you painted this or your son?
I paint this. This is what I do. It's sort of a hobby. It is a hobby of mine.
Oh god.
I like to put my feelings on paper whenever I have a stop loss hitting. A lot of red. Anastasia, why didn't you show something you painted? Come on.
Because it's been a while.
It's been a while. Okay.
Yeah, maybe
Okay.
next time I'll like they're all on the wall. I'm moving soon though, so
But
I'll
now
actually have to take
it's a
stuff
personal
down, so,
competition with LJ, so now I need to get back into painting, and we're gonna
yeah.
make it have voting in the audience. So the audience can vote.
yeah.
All right.
We'll have to do it.
LJ, you're short on your USD. I'm waiting to go short. You have, I think you have your stop loss close to where I have my entry.
Yeah. I kind of get the feeling we'll just kind of wilt off from here, is the thing. So, I entered at 21. So that's where I'm at.
What do you mean 21? Like
117.21. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, okay, so that's that's a good entry.
Yeah, because this morning earlier today, we're talking on ABL. I was looking for us to like keep running, but we just died out, right? At that, just below that 30 mark, like 28. So I was originally long earlier from I think it was 09, and then I was looking for a move up to 117.50, but momentum just died, right? Dollar yen has come off, but it very much seems like we want to just sort of park down here and then take another run higher, which is good for your swing trade, definitely. So I think there's been a bit of a reshuffle around the forward expectations as far as when the Fed cuts and that kind of stuff, per the trade tariff talks that we've had.
Do you call this trade a swing trade?
No. Your other dollar yen trade.
Yeah.
So it's favorable with that. I think dollar yen actually sort of perches here and keeps running up.
Yeah.
Because as you know, we've been same with Dirk, we've been talking about the longer term structure for dollar yen to come down. I think per the extension of the tariff timeline now and some of the upping of rhetoric, there's a bit of a reshuffle between when the Fed might actually cut. Because they're leaning now towards going towards the cuts. But with this now, I think there's a rethink that it could actually be later. Because it's basically whether it's this next 3 months or the later 3 months. And then that changes the dollar dynamic. I think we're getting a bit of a replay with that. Rather than right down and then a rebound and then up, I think we might get a zag up and then down later into Q4 instead. So Q3 might actually see dollar moving up now instead of that.
I really wish.
Forward outlook for the PMIs and that sort of thing, per the US data, should actually come up from here. So that's just a matter of time that'll play through. And then that'll juice stock markets as well. But as far as the US dollar, we might actually see a turnaround here. So, for your swing trade, that's very good.
I really wish I did pay more attention to what you said, because I do feel like it would have been important to me and my
look. We
trade.
We covered it in we covered it in the ABL talks this morning.
I'm gonna tune in. I'm gonna tune in the background. With that said, me and Anastasiia, we're gonna pop out. I would like to wish you all the best with these two guys. We got Michael and LJ, and make sure that you answer them. Make sure that you ask them a lot of very complex and interesting questions to really get their. See you guys. Take care.
Catch you later, Jonatan. See you, Anastasiia.
Yeah. See you, LJ.
Good to see you guys. Ciao. See you again soon.
What up?
Hello. ABL time. How we doing, Mike?
How we doing? I am good, mate. I'm good.
Doing
How
well.
are you?
Doing very well.
Good. I literally just came into the studio in the background to hear, like, literally tail end of what you were talking about, which I think we were talking about this morning, and to then hear Jonatan say that he really wished he'd actually paid attention to what you were saying, which I just thought that was just I actually laughed out loud at that one.
Because I was trying to tell him, I was like, this is good for his swing trade that he's had on for a while, right? And then he just tuned out. I'm like, bro.
It's just like, what? But yeah, anyway, it's all good. It's all good. Good to see you swing. Hope you are well, mate. We got Nora, we got Manish, we got Marina, we got all you guys, all of the regulars in the house with us for what is now known as ABL Day. We can call it ABL Day. This is called the ABL segment. This is the ABL takeover, where ABL comes in and we take over the 5ers stream. They very kindly invite us in to come and join you guys on their live trading room. And it's a little bit of PR for us, and basically Jonatan gets some free hosts for part of the trading room. So it's a win-win for everybody. So yeah. If you don't know what ABL is, where have you been? I'm just going to do that right off the bat. AlphaBetaLab.com. If you don't know, you are missing out. You really are missing out. Just you need to get yourself over to the AlphaBeta Lab and join us. It is a free education community for traders by traders. So if you haven't already joined us, come join us on there. We've also got a YouTube channel. We are live every Monday to Thursday, 8 a.m. UK time, and we are already live on Fridays at 11 a.m. UK time as well. So we're already one step ahead of Jonatan on that one. So yeah, but yeah, that is us. We are the ABL crew. We are here to provide a little bit of a different vibe to things. We might talk a little bit about fundamentals. We might talk a little bit about psychology and that sort of stuff. But yeah. How much am I selling the AlphaBeta Lab domain for? I'm not selling it. I'm not selling it, Henry, because I don't own it. Sadly, I don't own it. But I am simply I'm simply a custodian of the domain for now. But yeah, not for sale, I'm afraid, my friend. But there's others available. Pippopotamus.com is available, as is thepipPanther.com, or just pippanther.com if you don't like the. So loads of domains. I have an entire catalog. If I had a trench coat, I feel like I would just have, like, open up one arm of my trench coat, and I'd have
Rolodex thing just
exactly,
and
it would just roll down under my arm of all of the domains. Like, which one would you like? Which one takes your fancy? So
like when people used to collect people's business cards back in the day,
exactly.
You'd have just a thing that falls out, right?
Exactly, that's exactly it. So yeah, so it's all good. Self-made talks are saying, not tired from your earlier session today. We're always going. We never stop. Self-made, we never ever stop. We're always going. So yeah, Mr. Silver, why are you cheating on silver when you're asking for gold? I don't understand. It doesn't make any sense.
That's funny.
But yeah, and Zix is saying, thanks guys, I'm really enjoying ABL so far. That's what I want to hear. Excellent, excellent stuff. And this is only the beginning for the AlphaBeta Lab. Such big plans in the pipeline. So if you don't already know, then get in now, because we've only been going for a few months, and yeah, the plans are huge.
Very much still beta stage. So this is the pre-look to the larger construction. So
yeah, absolutely. And yes, Dr. Domain. That's quite an interesting one.
Gone away from
LJ. Yeah, I was just about to say, LJ says I should be calling myself Iron Mike because of my. I was singing my own praises this morning. Let's be honest, right? I was tooting my own trumpet. All will be revealed maybe on Friday, if not on Monday, where lots of big stuff is happening with the live trading room. And so I've been working a lot of that stuff in the background with Jonatan. So yeah, it's looking really cool. The feedback I've been getting from people internally has been massive. So we've been taking a lot of what we've learned with the ABL live streams and the platform that we use, and we're going to be enhancing it for the 5ers live trading room. So I'm really keen for you guys to see all of that. So yeah.
Indeed. I will also say to any Australians, happy Origin Day, Game 3. You got to hear in the background. You guys probably, I can see on the stream. It
takes you guys so long to go through these matches. My God,
they're one every 3 weeks, right? So now we're on the
3 weeks. Like if this was like UK soccer, or as we like to call it, proper football, right? Not these Australian rules football and American football and everything else. The original football, right? It would have been played within a week. It would have been like bam, bam, bam. Thank you, man. Let's go. Not this 3-week holiday every time. I mean, it's ridiculous.
Yeah, I guess they get the hype. There's a lot of I don't know. It's good. It gives us this period through the year where stuff ramps up, all that kind of stuff, right? So, and I will say right now, Queensland is up. That's what we want. So up the Maroons. All right.
He's happy.
Henry will know.
Le Saint.
Whoever other Aussies we have in here, then A lot of people watch it around the world actually, as well.
They do. We
like when I
do
went
get
to
a lot of
Fiji,
viewers around the world. Yeah.
They were watching the Origin, so it's also same in the UK. But yeah, there you go.
Yeah. The Saint, it wouldn't be the first time, and it may not be the last that I'm called Magic Mike. But it's been done. You know, it's kind of like so that's why I'm modest, Mike. I'm a bit more low key. So.
That's like the opposite end of Magic Mike.
Yes.
Right.
Well, yeah. Okay. I'm
still
very
got your
low
clothes
key.
on.
I'm very low key. And Ellen Henry's saying, is it going to be called the AlphaBeta Lab after the beta phase? Who knows?
It's the Alpha Lab.
Who knows? Or it just might be called the Alpha. It might just be
just pure Alpha. There you go.
It might just be the A. You know. So we might just call it the, and then you've got to figure out the rest. Yeah, exactly. So let me grab the Alpha Lab domain so I can sell it to you for $1 billion. You seem to overestimate the value of my bank account right now, Henri. But if you want to trade my bank account for me and get me $1 billion to then give to you, be my guest.
Like Austin Powers, that $1 million.
Exactly. And Dubicor, it is completely for free. Completely for free, and there is nothing fishy about it. I swear to you. I wouldn't
check out the content. Yeah,
I wouldn't put my name and my face to it if there was. If there is something fishy about it, I don't know about it, and I'm leading the project. So I'd be worried if there was.
That so it can be corrected.
So, yeah, if you find something fishy, let me know. But genuinely speaking, you can go in there and you can find all sorts of goodness. You can go in and you can find. Let me put it up for you. So you can go straight in. You can go into the lab lounge, where you can find all sorts of goodness. As I say, this is our beta version of everything. So don't expect the layout and kind of the structure of all of this and everything else. This isn't what we're talking about. But the concept of a community-led or a community-built education platform is definitely part of it. But the big part is going to be the education element that we're going to be building into it. So at the moment, it's probably a secondary part, I would say, where primary part is kind of the educational element within, for example, the day trader's desk, where you can go in and somebody will post an idea about a trade, and then you can just follow the thread within it. So you can see here, you've got the various different trade ideas that people are talking about. Jonesy's in there talking about his, and you can see then the replies that come through on that. You can follow that through. But besides that, we've got free courses. So we've got crypto fundamentals being worked on at the moment by the video editors. We've already got the foundation into fundamentals with Dirk. We've got technical analysis. We've got foundations of controlling the monkey mind. And we've got the gold trading system. Gold trading system, so many people just come back to me saying that's
very,
amazing.
very popular.
Very, very popular course. So there's tons to get in. So yeah, loads to be getting involved in, and yeah, we'd love to see you guys. We have a fortnightly podcast with LJ and Dirk going through the fundamentals called Beyond the Ticker. That's every Wednesday, immediately after at 9 a.m. UK time, immediately after our live stream. So there's loads.
So, and that'll give you guys direction on, just like what we've had with the dollar complex, like over this past period, that helps you capture things like the big run up from 104 right up to 114 plus per the euro dollar. That'll help you with if you got longer term portfolios, say, investments in, stocks, indices, that kind of stuff. That'll help you there as well. We also cover some of the other fringe stuff around things around even like real estate and these kind of things as well in there often as well. So, it'll add one to your trading, but also greater portfolio of wealth generation that we look at through the pod there with Dirk. So
and Swing saying, thanks to ABL, I am now in positive territory on my account. Took a lot of work, no shortcuts. Nice. Swing, that is amazing.
UK Swings did have another question before we started ABL, so we'll come back to that for you as well, man. Don't worry, I've seen it, so I just want to.
Have you got it? Have you got it saved? Have you?
Yeah, it's up here.
Beautiful. Excellent stuff. Dubicor has signed up Brilliant. Glad to hear it. That's one more member joining us. Anyway, we know that you guys don't really want to hear about us go on and on and on and on and on about how amazing the AlphaBeta Lab is. It's obvious. I think we've cleared that up. I do want to just point out one thing, unrelated. Born in 2944, I can completely agree with this. Anything that is played with your hands is not football. Quite right. But we don't want to get into...
AFL, Mike. Do you know how AFL works?
What do you mean? Australian...
You know what yes.
AFL? What is it?
Yeah, so like Aussie rules, Australian Football League, right? So
yes, but
that's still purely an Australian thing.
But you're still using your hands.
But the primary thing is kicking. Like the whole game is about kicking. It's all kicking.
Yeah.
So does that...
Yeah, you're still using your hands. Still using your hands. You got your hands for many other things. You don't need to use it for football.
Yeah.
That's why they call it Australian
the
rules.
main thing, the whole game is kicking. So it's like a 150-meter field, and it's like an oval, right? So it's all kicking. I guess that's why we call this stuff rugby, right? It's not football, at least. We're not the Americans.
Exactly.
Okay?
Exactly.
That is all.
They're just
that is all
crazy.
hands. That is all hands, right?
They're just crazy.
They do no kicking. They literally import Australians to do the kicking for all the NFL teams because we can kick, because we play games just kicking balls all day, right? Literally.
I want to know who came up with the name soccer, right? Literally, who came up with the name of soccer? It has no meaning, no sense to me. But anyway, and Void says, for everyone that's struggling to find an edge, check Strategy Bank and everyone working together for better psychology, because trading is a lonely journey. That is right. Our OG there, Akram, is bang on with that one. H&R Trading says, how to pass a 5ers challenge. I just blown a 20k account. Don't hit the limits is probably the best way to do it. Sorry, I don't know. I had a little bit of coffee before this stream and it's gone straight to my head.
That's right. So if you did blow the account on that, I guess the thing would be to evaluate firstly, how quickly did you blow it?
Yeah.
Right. Because I mean, there's a difference if you blew it over a month versus if you blew it in 3 or 4 days, right?
Or 3 or 4 hours.
Yeah. Because then if it's like a month thing, like you clearly survive long enough that you probably need you just have to like iterate on your current approach, right? Versus if you're blowing something out right away, and you've got a very high loss rate, probably a high percentage loss rate per trade as well, then you might need to sort of scrap the entire strategy that you're currently working on, and refine your approach. So there's definitely a rate component to it, like just how fast you got there. If it's that longer period, iterate, you probably just need a few tweaks and you probably get it there, right? So whenever any of you guys have sort of questions like that, just chuck us a few extra details. It helps in giving more valuable input to what you're saying. So
gold looks like a sell, by the way.
2 weeks. 2 weeks approximately. So
Yeah.
I mean, 2 weeks is not too bad.
Yeah, I've done much worse.
Yeah, that can just be. So the next thing with that, I would say, is do you have any other, say, evidence or look back that you can look to your trading style and approach that has a longer time run than 2 weeks, right? So if you have that and you're able to run the same strat, the same approach, that kind of thing over say an 8-week period, and you ran through that just fine, now you've hit that 2-week point where you've blown out. If that's the case, you might need to just reduce the total risk exposure on the account per trade, which will allow you to survive longer. Because a lot of strategies, they're not going to have 100% uptime, right? You'll get some strats that for, a week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks of the year or something, you can have a down run. Others might even be 2 or 3 months. So it's a question of, is the strategy actually broken, or is just the current market regime? It could be because of, you know, Trump tariffs, anything else going on, there's not fitting your approach well, right? Because that might still be a valid approach, because 9 months a year could be great, and then 3 months it's just poor, right? Same with when you get some of the seasonality shifts, like through this time period of the year, you have European summer, you have a number of the holidays in the US, a lot of people take time away, you have a lot less hands on keyboards as far as the big institutions, banks, hedge funds, mutual funds, pension funds, all that kind of stuff. And then you get less liquidity in total in the market. So thus the market shifts and moves a little bit different than it does when you have a full liquidity and volume profile of active participants, right? So you have to try and deduce if that's the case, or if it's just the strategy as a whole that is not currently functioning. And this is why people talk about, you know, some people don't like back testing, some people would prefer to forward test, some people think you should do both. You know, that's completely to one's own opinion. But the point is to get enough of a sample set over a long enough time frame that you can thus have a confidence in it being a simple market regime, or whether it's the strategy as a whole that has a flaw in it, right? And you're only going to get that with enough data. So it's like how Mike, we've had Griff on the stream a number of times, right? And he tested before he fully got into live trading and stuff. Like he tested stuff for, what was it, like a year or 2 years almost or something, right? Prior, I think he said. It was some long duration anyway before he. Yeah.
He spent a year. He spent a year back testing before he went live.
Exactly.
And
it's not necessarily.
He didn't back test a year worth of trades. He back tested physically for a year.
Yeah, exactly. So he full spent a year in real time back testing. So, and it's not necessarily that you need to do a full year like that, because some people will find that beneficial, some people won't. You might just need 2 or 3 weeks or a month or 3 months, you know. But it's something to just, the point would be keep testing until you find what that that flaw in the Death Star per se is, right? And then you try and either you can correct it within the same strategy, or you might find that that fundamentally breaks the strat in its entirety, and then you got to try something else. So,
M76, yes, I think we're still going lower on gold. Is my thoughts. I was just whilst you were talking, I did bring up. I'll go back. There we go. I did bring up my current 5K high stakes.
Give me 1 sec. I just got a knock on the door.
You got a knock on the door. Uh-oh. All right, guys. It might be just me for the rest of the stream. If the police have finally come to arrest him, then it's going to be just myself. But there we go. Camera catch me. So this is my current 5K step phase 1. So currently in $90 a profit, which doesn't quite make sense. I don't think we're quite right. What I must have done was I've probably hit some news, and so those trades haven't counted. But as you can see, currently working my way towards it. A couple of good trades yesterday on gold. But the thing is that I had all these losing trades yesterday, right? One after the other. And I didn't suddenly think to myself, right, well, this strategy is rubbish. It doesn't work. I took a step back and I was like, okay, let me rethink it. And actually what was happening was I was married to a particular trade idea, and that trade idea ended up being incorrect, and just didn't let go because I was too busy focusing on live streams and not really giving my trades enough attention. So I saw you mentioned in the chat that you were trading from your office, I think is where he said it. So that would be something to avoid. Yeah, your first prop challenge and trading from the office. So yeah, that's where I struggle. I struggle in these live trading rooms right now to read the chat, look at the charts, keep up with everything else. It's really difficult to kind of keep on top of that. So my advice would be is to maybe reconsider how you structure your trading approach. If you are working during the day and things like that, then that's also something else to consider. If work is getting in the way, then maybe you need to think about swing trading rather than day trading, for example. So yeah, look at it from different angles. Best time to trade in Forex, the most volatility you're going to get is during crossover between sessions. So when Asia crosses over with London, when London crosses over with New York, that's where you've got the most amount of players in the market, let's say, in terms of big institutions, where they're more likely to move things around. And there's plenty of strategies out there that people have shared and talked about. And it's a question of just finding one to fit your time frames, your psychology, and what you can physically see on the charts, what makes sense to you the most as well. So yeah. 2944 is asking, where did you enter on Euro USD, LJ? You're muted, mate. Hang on.
I am too.
You go.
Sorry. Yeah, so through here. So just like I was saying on with Jonatan before, I've got 2 staggered orders. There's a second order through here at 21. Oh, that's sorry, that's the Aussie dollar one. That's why I was confused. Okay, there we go. That makes more sense. So I've got 2 positions, one on Aussie dollar, short on euro, and also short on gold at the minute. So short on euro was here. It's actually, this is 20. It's just up here, right on 21. So I've got a stop just above the high here. I had it at 32, now moved it to just above here, about 29. So same trade that I posted when you guys were doing the community account earlier. So I'm looking then for a target somewhere down here around 116.50, depending how much momentum we get beyond this level here. So I'd have the first sort of interim target. This is what I normally do. I go like a here and here. Oh, I got the red lines. I got to change these to. We need the teal back, otherwise we get confused. There we go. So I do kind of like a T1 and a T2. So this is a first point for consideration of profit, and then a T2 would be down here as far as the full extension of the move. So I'm always looking for momentum to continue. Obviously, you've got this cluster down here. Ideally, like we've seen, lower highs, lower highs, lower highs. And when I go out to the daily, what did I have on before? Oanda, so we don't have all the mess on the chart. Let's go down to daily. It looks as though we have downside momentum through here. We've we've had a massive pump up through here, so it's not unreasonable that we see a bit of just a retrace on euro dollar, because otherwise you're asking for moves up towards 119. So right now seems a bit probably overstretched. So going to the 4 hour as well, I mean, this is looking a bit soggy, right? A bit lackluster. So this is basically the move I've mapped out. I would have liked to see this continue above that 28 kind of level that we stalled out early in Asia and through early London in order to get a move to the upside. But we didn't get that. So very much seems as though we have downside pressure coming in right now. So yeah, that's why I'm on the euro. Other trade I've got right now, Aussie dollar, similar deal. Slightly correlated trade. Part with the Aussie portion is to do with the tariff stuff. Have had a bit more pressure from that as far as the trading partners per Australia. So like the upping of tariffs on Japan. We also had copper. Copper's not too much of a problem. You've got BHP and Rio Tinto in Australia. We don't export heaps of copper to America from Australia. They have some other operations in like Chile and that kind of stuff though, which might be hit with tariffs, that kind of stuff. And then the other portion is the medical and drugs stuff of potential tariffs of 200%. However, the majority of what that makes up a lot of our exports there to the US, I think it's like 40% or something, but the majority of that is blood plasma and then a little bit in vaccines. And the big company here, if you're from Australia, you would know CSL. That's basically the market darling on the ASX, which is the Australian stock market. They already have plants and operations in the US, so you can just do stuff directly over there. So it's not too big of a hit. However, it does just give more of that cautionary effect. And I think that's what we've overall got coming through the market right now. And so that's kind of the play there. There you go.
The other thing to bear in mind, though, with all of these things is that, like you said, there's certain organizations that have entities and factories and everything else in the US, for example. But the problem is that they still have their HQ in Australia. And so they then still get hit by the volatility in the Forex because, you know, they're making money in the US, they're paying costs in the US and so on and so on, but they still want to bring that money back home because that's where they're based, that's where their coffers are, right? Yeah. So yeah, and gold sell I'm in right now. I didn't want to interrupt you, but I'm in a gold sell right now, from the top, just up here, and yeah, waiting to see how we play off, whether it carries on or not. Might not hold, with the way that 1 minute candle has just shot up like a balloon. But I'm just in this one at the moment. $4, 0.5% risk. We'll see. $10 profit at the moment. If it can push back down on this 1 minute candle, then I can see us going further and coming back down to this area here, and that'd be a nice trade. But we'll see. Not entirely convinced by it. The way that we've got that 1 minute candle engulfing to the upside. It's rejecting away from this inside bar here and suggesting that it wants to leave this behind for later, suggesting that it's going to go higher and then come down for that later. So we'll see. There's plenty of liquidity though further down, so it may have been a good catch. This wick rejection doesn't mean the move is over, but this big move here seems quite impulsive, so hence why I'm looking for sells. So we'll see how that one goes. I do want to answer this question from Mr. Silver. The daily loss limit is static or trailing, so it's based on the rollover amount that you have on rollover. So if you've got a trade open overnight and your equity hits a certain level, then the daily loss limits is reset to the equity level that you have, right? And your daily loss limit is still 5% of whatever that was. So if you have no trades available, then the daily loss limit will be reset based on your balance. If you've got trades running, then it's based on the running equity. So hopefully that makes sense. I want to come back to the question you were saying about from Swing, I think it was it this one?
Yeah. What's that one? So, yeah. Look, MT5 is a bit clunky. Like, it's a very old platform these days. So I don't know, like 2005 odd. So back then, it's good, but that's very much the old kind of people are still using, Windows XP and stuff, which is Windows XP honestly is the GOAT though. So many things are so much simpler on that platform. But however, there are a lot of new bits and pieces these days per modern structures that just give you a bit more flexibility, customizability, that kind of stuff. So that's why MT5 is a bit clunky, but it's so heavily used. It's become the main adoption that people have also gotten very integrated into that system, that they don't want to, faff it around and create disruption to everyone. So generally, yes, I'll do a lot of all the charting, that kind of stuff, whether it's on personal broker platforms or on CTrader, and then I'll just execute via MetaTrader, which the same deal for a lot of other people is. Matter of fact, MetaTrader still, it's very quick, that kind of thing. That's a big portion why it's still used, because the execution is very lightning fast, which comes in part because it is somewhat simple per se.
Yeah, it is. It is clunky. I agree. The thing with it is to use expert advisors. So the reason I brought up my chart here is to show you this one that I use, which is called Trade Dashboard MT5. Last time I checked, it was available for $50. I don't know if it still is, but it's a one-time fee, and then you get all the updates for life. And the developer for this is really on it, just working on all sorts of stuff. There's so many different versions of it. It's really, really worth it, in my view anyway. You can essentially do the same as you would do on TradingView, where you can set your trade position. If you want to set a limit order, you just simply move it and you put your stop loss at the lines where you want it, so on, so on, so on, and away you go. And then all you do is you click sell stop, and it's as simple as that. There is a website called earnforex.com where they have their free EA, which is called Position Sizer. It is also very good. The only thing with Position Sizer, it doesn't necessarily have all of the features and all the elements of this one. I'm not affiliated with it. Go and find it yourself on the MQL5 marketplace. But it is very good. You've got things like you've got the news, for example. If you want to choose which news you want to see coming out, so you can turn on all of these, and you can turn on the high impact or turn it off, and all this sort of stuff, and it will show it. We haven't got any at the moment, hence why it's not showing any. And it looks like my gold trade will get taken out, I think. So I'm going to close this.
Yeah, we'll do some further stuff on gold, because if you guys are asking about it, don't worry. Henry's right. Yeah, so pharmaceuticals potentially 200%. So hence, like I was saying, the exports for Australia, because that's quite a large export portion that we have. But the blood plasma stuff is the majority, and so that like comes out of like pharmaceuticals, right? It's outside the perspec. So we should be all good there. Do we export a lot of gold from Australia? Yes, we do. We have some of the biggest gold miners in the world over here. So they've been doing very nicely, for some time now. Very good.
It's gonna go and hit my TP now, isn't it? It didn't actually take me out. I just thought we were going to go through and break this high, but it's actually, I think it's now going to do one on me, and we're going to actually, that trade is going to hold. And there I was closing it. So I closed it for a $5 loss, which is rather annoying. But never mind. Alas, that is the way it goes. But there you go. Swing. Hopefully that helps answer your question, my friend. with regards to how to manage it on MT5. Magic keys is also good. There's different ways to do it. So there you go. LJ's got magic keys
as well. Yeah.
So the EA, Maggie, if you're asking for the EA, it's called Trade Dashboard MT5. I can bring it up on the marketplace. If I go to the market, and I can go to Trade Dashboard, and it is this one here. So yeah, still $50. Okay. It's got a ton of features. I mean, you can scroll through and see all the different bits it's got. And it has also got an MT4 version as well. So really, really good. Really, really good tool. Yeah, feel free to check it out. As I say, I'm not affiliated with it. I don't get any money from it if you decide to go with them. But it is my preferred tool of choice these days. So and Nora's become a gold hunter herself. Well, there you go. And do you know what? I'm gonna get so. I'm just. I mean, you can't see the trade there because I've removed it from my screen share from my MT5. But let me add it to my trading view, and you guys can see why I'm getting rather annoyed. It's because I didn't get taken out on that trade idea. I thought when I saw this 1 minute candle. This one here, and it started this move. I do think we're actually still going to go higher, but I could have closed still in profit, which is incredibly frustrating because we've got these levels here that we've started with this move. So I do think we're going to come higher, but yeah, that is annoying. Where I could have closed in, I could have closed anywhere here where it is right now. I could have, for 3R.
I think overall you're still bearish gold though, right, Mike? I mean, I'm definitely still bearish gold. But I think we're these highs. I'm just not seeing any convincing rejection of these highs right now. I think this is going to get taken. And I think we're then going to react off this area here. I'd be looking for kind of this little pocket is where I might look for sells. Yeah, I'm basically short from where we are now. If I pop mine on, so I got short over here on this wick over here. So I'm still sitting in that. This was a older sort of liquidity kind of area that we're now, I guess, we slightly tapped into, but that's basically the area to run through. And then ultimately I'm looking for 3250. And that's the general outlook overall been looking for from last week after we failed to sort of make any further ground beyond this 3365 or so area. And then so this was Friday through here. I think we're outlining in the Discord. I'll be looking through next week some kind of move ultimately down into 3250, and then after that, depending if we continue that momentum, right down to 3900, 2800 down there. So, but as far as where we are, we got these question marks here because it was basically from yesterday, from that charge up, whether we could actually make a move above this resistance line through here, and we didn't get that. We've just basically waterfalled off, took a short through there today, a bit of sideways movement, and we basically followed that other sort of markings that I drew out. So still sitting short through here. Again, I don't see any reason to buy gold at the minute. And as far as we've talked about a number of times, a lot of the gold price moving up is largely due to physical buying. And right now there's every reason to sell gold.
Yep.
After already accumulating at lower prices.
Yep.
Are you going to keep putting into the coffers at all-time prices ever. No, that if imagine if you're a CFO, you know, something like that, or this is CFO basically for governments, that would not be fiscally responsible to be buying at these kind of levels. So chances are you've made a bunch of profit, you cash in a portion of it. They're not going to sell everything, obviously, but you just add a few dollars to the account. Yeah, move on from there. So
yeah, I think
Queensland, we're up halftime 20-0, powering on. I want to, Henry, actually, just as I think, are you watching it, Henry, at all? Because I can't watch it like minute by minute, but we're smashing it right now. So this is a big thing over here, right, Mike? So I just gotta.
Yeah, I'm saying nothing.
Put it that way.
I think that gold sell is going to be a beauty now. So I'm just waiting to see if I can get in on that. Because I think it's just going to go now. So if anyone did take that gold trade that I said earlier, well done. If you didn't close it when I did, then very nicely done. I did close it, but it's fine. It's fine. I'm not.
As far as boss trader, if you're talking about can you sell, can you trade right on the chart? Like this is on TradingView. This is just what I throw up for you guys to see. I do most of my analysis on the other platforms that I have, but this just makes it easier for you guys to see as much as it does over time get gunked up with some of my
I think he's asking
levels and drawings, that kind of stuff.
I think he's asking about MT5.
Yeah, so if it's just MT5, then yeah, you can execute right off the chart.
Yeah, but I think he means with
with
those
trading
EAs. No, with the EAs that we were talking
EAs.
about. Yeah, I think that's what he's asking about.
Okay.
So no, gold is going nicely. So we've got some nice levels further down below. Significant areas to target. So I would say we're looking good for the sells. If you look at the higher time frames as well, it's also looking good for sells. So yeah. And where can gold sell to? I would be looking at 3278 is my kind of estimate at the moment. Somewhere in that region.
3278 is right in the middle of my that liquidity sort of band there that I have.
Yeah. That would be my first target area for that.
So if I line out my that would be T1, and then down here like T2.
Yeah. It is just reacting off a little pocket on the 3 minute, which was previously resistance, and so obviously now has turned into support. So that's why it's just putting back up again. So I just need to keep an eye on that, see if it can push its way down. I think it will, but that's why you just got that wick, or not that wick, but that 1 minute candle that just kind of pushed us back up. We'll see how it holds, and if we can push down or not.
Just run through some more comments. Ulysses, that's what we've been talking about right now. As far as can see a structural bounce high time frame, basically what we're saying is we don't think so at all. We've got a bit of a structural downtrend right now. Until you get into some of the major support down here, then you might get a bounce. Right now, it seems as though we want to just wander off lower. We've had every reason to bounce. Back through here, we had this section over here was like the Iran stuff. It's come off further and further. You've got every single outside macro reason to go higher. We also still had the dollar coming off then as well. If you consider the dollar component right now, that has been less of a factor than it traditionally is in gold because of that heavy macro side. And then so same deal here. We've had more of the tariff scares, that kind of stuff, and we're still just coming off. So it looks as though we want to find a lower base first of all before you get any kind of rebound.
And we've also spoken about as well about who is selling the gold, and obviously one of the big sellers of gold is the Russians. So you know their capital reserves have basically been used up, and so they now need to sell off that gold to keep things going.
Fund the war machine.
Exactly. So you know, even though the war machine itself could theoretically be a catalyst for people to go and buy up risk-off assets, as in gold. The counterbalance to that is that the Russians have so much of it that they're selling it to continue the instability. So it's kind of a weird paradox when you think about it. But yeah, that's as LJ has said in the past, that's one of the reasons why we're seeing the sells in gold at the moment, is that those sells are just simply stronger than anyone that might be buying up based on geopolitical events and you know, any desire to get into a risk
speculative views on because Russia, just like Mike was saying, China's been a very big buyer as well. I mean, they've been buying up very heavily since like 2014, 2015, so the past decade. This is in anticipation of, you know, Putin doing what he's doing now. If you go look at all their moves, you know, this is very thought through. He didn't just wake up one day and say, we're going to go after Ukraine. And you know,
this has been planned for years.
Yeah.
Well, he started it in 2014. So
Crimea as well and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, right. Exactly.
Yeah.
So now once you've had that massive pump, and seeing as they've been blackballed from the rest of the larger economy, they've now run down their current accounts. So one of the assets that they do have that they can sell, which is universally valued and respected regardless of anything, is obviously gold. You know, so that's a big throughput there as far as things. You guys got a lot of comments. We'll try to get through all of them here, but
sorry.
Trade venture.
Both click the same one.
Oh, did we? Yeah. Trading with 40% win rate with 1 to 2 RR, taking 5 trades a day will make you 10% profit in 10 days. But still, we can't do it. That's why discipline is important. Yeah, very true. And it also depends how you get that 40% win rate statistic, right? Because if you understand statistics, you might have like a 1 month, 2 month, 3 month track record of that. But that's typically not enough of a sample size to have complete confidence in that metric, right? So typically you'd want anywhere between 300 to 400 sample sets to have proper confidence in any greater sample in terms of the longevity forward projection of that. So you're just not going to get kind of that many trades in that sample size. So hence you can run into a week or 2 week or whatever period where, just like I think we were talking earlier, the strategy might still be valid, but you've gone through a market regime, might be temporary. There's seasonalities, that kind of stuff, where it just doesn't work, right? Like the trading, and a very obvious example is the trading conditions around Christmas time and New Year, completely different to normal trading dynamics. Reason being, no one's trading. We're on holidays. Markets are still open, but there's very few participants in there doing anything. So you can get a lot of ghost runs, that kind of stuff. It's also part of why we have very much like you often get a Christmas rally because people just buy and go away. And there's very few other people to trade the other side of the trade. So markets tend to run because it takes far less money to shift the total number of orders on the order book for a price to increase.
Exactly.
So,
just very, very quickly on gold, anyone that is in a sell on gold who tried to get in on the sell at the moment, be very, very careful. On the 1 minute, that is an incredibly impulsive move with several wickless candles, meaning that there is liquidity being left behind. So don't be surprised if price comes back up to the 3294 area before continuing further for sells. Just my thoughts. That bearish move on the 1 minute is very, very, very impulsive.
I always see that as particularly on the 1 minute, I see that as like the inverse, actually, as confirmation that there's clear selling pressure coming through. Personally,
as long as the candles have got wicks on them, fine. But when there's no wicks on them, that's just boom, boom, boom. Just keep going, keep going, keep going, and it will come back and take liquidity back from people, retailers who are trying to catch a falling knife, or not catch a falling knife, but jump on a roller coaster as it heads down. And as you can see right now on the 1 minute, I mean, we'll see this 1 minute, it's only halfway through, but this 1 minute could easily now start to see a pullback. Remember to hit the likes. That's quite right.
Indeed.
Remember to hit those likes, especially if you prefer us over Jonatan.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
there's a bit of there's a bit of a competition here. ABL versus the 5ers. We come in and we show you guys how it's really done. Jonatan is like,
Jonatan shows you how to drill holes in.
Yeah, he drills holes in tins and cans and stuff. He's very strange. We're actually talking about trades here.
That's the wrong kind of trade. We're doing trading. We're not trying to become tradies.
Yeah, exactly.
Do you call them tradies in the UK?
Tradies or trade
tradespeople's like
what do we call them in the UK? I've been out of the UK for 17 and a half years. I have no idea what we call them. Tradespeople.
Yeah, because in Australia it's like tradies. That's what everyone calls them, like tradies, right?
Yeah. Traders.
I think they're called traders. Talking about construction workers is for anyone else that's got no idea.
Yeah, do you know what, Henri, you are not wrong, mate. We do need to do another competition. But really, that is just going to be LJ versus Jonatan. That's just going to be
come on, Mike.
Between LJ and Jonatan.
You've been refining your.
I've been refining my madness. I've been refining my madness. But yeah, tradesman. Yeah, that's what I thought. So yeah. At the 200 SMA on gold at the moment, Kim. Yeah, exactly. So just watch out for that, guys. It will snap back up when you least expect it, because it's just going for it. So you just got to be careful that you don't get.
I was going to say on that, because I saw when Anastasiia and Jonatan were on earlier about people talking about the that kind of wickiness that we get in gold. I just want to highlight, like, part of that is because as far as the total liquidity, total trading volume in gold, it's far less than, say, something like a major currency like the euro. So I think roughly daily average turnover between like OTC type contracts and futures is roughly 170 billion for the gold market. For the euro, on average, it's about 850 to 900 billion. But then that varies widely. It's often over $1 trillion, right? So you're going to get a lot more liquidity at certain levels. So you're not going to shunt through those levels as aggressively. It's kind of like how before Bitcoin had this really mass adoption, you get these very wild swings. It's in the same kind of manner. Gold obviously is very much matured these days to a degree, but it's still nowhere near the size of currencies at all. And that's why as well, if you go to other commodities, which are not gold, which have even less volume, you'll see the charts look like rubbish, right? Go to like iron ore or something like that.
Or even just silver.
Yeah.
Even just silver.
Yeah.
It's the same thing.
And that's just because there's the bids and, buys and sells in the order book are placed much wider right? So, yeah.
Exactly. Self-made talks. I've been trading for almost 3 years now. LJ's been trading for 13 years. Am I not
13
mistaken?
years now. Yeah.
So yeah.
Long time. Doesn't feel that long, to be honest.
Akram,
it's kind of weird thinking.
Vinicius is struggling with who he genuinely has his loyalty with, whether it's LJ and I on ABL or whether it's Jonatan with the 5ers. That's that's where
he's
he's
like
that's what
Anakin.
he's trying to get at. So
he's going between the Jedi and the.
I don't know who I'm. Whose side am I on? I don't know. So
who do you reckon you would be in Star Wars, Mike?
Who would I be?
Yeah,
I would be.
I think I already know who, but
I'd be Chewbacca.
Okay. I was thinking more Jedi, but yeah. No, that's not bad. Actually, that'd be
I'd be Chewbacca.
That's
100%
pretty good. Actually,
Chewbacca.
Chewie's good. Yeah. That's the trouble. What is ABL the dark side, and 5ers is like the Jedi, or like the other way? Because that's the trouble. Because you'd probably be more of a Chewbacca or something.
I think I'm definitely Chewbacca. I'm definitely Chewbacca. So yeah,
that's brilliant.
Vinicius, you can't say that you like ABL, right? You're either with us or against us, right? So
pick a time, guys.
We love you too. Anyway, we love you too. I reckon that gold spike is coming in about now. It's come in. It's taken a bunch of stop losses just below the structure that was sitting there earlier. And you'll probably see a bit of a spike come up now from all of that liquidity. So keep an eye on that, guys. Don't necessarily get into a buy, but it's taken a lot of those lows below that structure. That wick on the 1 minute has reacted off a 1 minute engulfing candle earlier on at 11:07 my time, so 10:07 UK time. And as you can see now, we're
here
pulling back up again. So
the 200 moving average kind of goes like this.
Yeah,
it's just above where we are now. So if you see something like here into there and then keep going. As far as a 1 minute, for any guys scalping. Gold. Exactly.
What's the entry? We're not giving you entries, Yoshi. We're just telling you what we're seeing. This is not a signal service.
My entry was, let me check specifically on MetaTrader what it was. 2475.
Yeah.
So 35, whatever, that's good enough. But yeah, so that was my entry back here over on that run up there.
Yeah.
And then this is basically the trade outlook we're looking for. So if that helps at all, and like Mike said, not here for a signal service, but we're here to express our outlooks, what we're seeing in the market. Show you guys some of the trades we're in as well, and then if that is helpful or lines up with what you're doing, then that's great, and you can take cues from that, or it could be an inverse signal or something like that. But at the end of the day, you always need to develop your own strat. Like if you think about it as well, say even a hedge fund, every single trader there is going to have their own approach, their own strategy, their own outlook, and that's what actually builds robustness to the fund as well, having a diverse approach, right? And then so some traders take L's one day, some take wins, and that smooths out the profit curve. And so it's the same thing here, obviously with the 5ers, you guys are all aggregated here. You can take a challenge, you pass the challenge, that puts you into the main book for the 5ers, etc. And then you're looking for lots of traders with different ideas, and that smooths out that equity growth curve over time, right? Yep. So that's sort of how a market works. It's made up by lots of different ideas and opinions and approaches. So,
and that's what moves it. That's what moves it, right?
Otherwise, you wouldn't have a market if you didn't have different opinions. You need buyers and sellers on both sides.
To each believe in different ways and different prices. So Abe says it's best we work in harmony. Nah. Harmony schmarmony. Mike, on the Sith, you can have only one master. On the Jedi side, you have more. True. I'm still Chewie, so.
Okay, who do you reckon I would be in Star Wars then, Mike?
You're Luke Skywalker. Luke Skywalker.
Dude, Luke's lame though. I hate Luke. He's like a wet paper towel, to be honest.
You asked me a question, I gave you the
wrong?
answer.
Am I wrong, chat?
Maybe. Okay. All right.
I mean,
All right. So who would you be then? I was going for the young gun. You know, like you're hardly an old fogey like myself.
Yeah, I guess maybe it's the trouble between who I would be versus who I like. I like Darth Maul. He's pretty cool, but he also dies pretty quickly. So
that's a minor detail. It's a minor problem there.
I guess Luke technically survives the whole way, so maybe that's not so bad.
You got to go with where do you survive,
Pero, yeah, dude. Oh, yeah, purity sake. Yeah, dude, the Ewoks. Dude, I love the Ewoks. They're so good. The little, like, mini Chewbacca's. Yeah, the Ewok, right? And they go, like, they throw, like, stones and the spears and stuff.
Exactly.
It's amazing. I need to rewatch Star Wars again. I feel like it's one of those things, periodically, every couple of years, you got to watch through.
Yeah, I haven't watched it in a very long time, in fairness. I haven't watched it in a very, very long time. So, I should probably get into it as well.
I will say, for anyone out there, the Disney one, that was really good. Andor.
Yeah.
It's a bit more mature-esque version of Star Wars and more of like a show. It was quite good. So, yeah.
Abdul, what are my thoughts on signal copy traders? I think the ones that you're probably getting sold on Instagram and on YouTube ads and Google ads and everything else, because they're tracking what you're doing and they're trying to essentially, grab your attention, avoid them like the plague. They are there purely to take your monthly subscription for having access to that signal service. There are, on the other hand, there are some solutions out there on the market with brokers and other platforms whereby you can copy the same trades as other traders.
Big difference, I think.
That is a little
signals and copy. Yeah, if you're in like a random WhatsApp group.
Exactly.
Stuff can be
Telegram's Telegram's the big one, right? Telegram, I've seen it. I was in those groups when I first started trading, where you can get you can get an EA that automatically trades for you. There's like a bot and all this sort of stuff that it takes the trades from Telegram and posts it in and everything else. Just doesn't work. Work.
I'll say as well,
you don't learn anything. You don't learn anything. That's the thing.
That's
signal,
the first part,
signal service. It's just buy here, sell here, stop loss, take profit if you're lucky. And there's no education there, right? So you don't really know what you're doing. You're just setting up a computer with your money and pray for the best, right?
And if that's the case, you might as well invest in stocks. Like if you want to trade, you want to be active in the market, but not doing all the work, you might as well invest in an ETF. And maybe if you want to do a little bit of market stuff, occasionally you jump into whether it's currencies, commodities, stocks individually, but you just take small snippets. If you're looking to just copy something, might as well someone to actually manage your money. Yeah. And typically that would be go to some kind of like even just a Vanguard or something like that.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
The thing is I
did use eToro for a while. Didn't particularly like it. It was a bit too gamified for my liking. But those are the kind of things I'm talking about, where there are good traders out there that you can copy and learn from. But you've got to get used to kind of how how it works, and who's the right trader to copy. Right, that's the other thing.
Yeah.
So
the thing I'll say with the signal versus copy stuff, so stuff like eToro does have the copy trading. Typically with that as well, you can get an actual track record that has to be verified, all the kind of stuff. It's actually linked to a live broker, live platform, all that kind of stuff. And the point would be to, if you've got someone that's been trading for like a year, 2 years, something like that, or at least 6 months, and they've got a consistent record, then jump on it. Avoid, if you've got some side money that you want to, because you can view it as like a diversify thing. Like people who trade personally often put their money also in hedge funds, almost as like a diversified approach to the market. So you're not fully exposed per your own thinking and approach. So with that, if you see the copy trading stuff where it's ran up, ridiculous percentage in very short time, you probably don't want to jump on that, right? Because chances are it's going to crash down just as hard. If someone's got a nice steady equity curve over 6 months, a year, 2 years or something, then okay, great. And as far as the signal services, they're normally kind of off book with that, and they're just providing individual trades. And a lot of them as well will do a thing where, they can bring up demo platforms, something like that, take a trade short and take a trade long, and they do opposite on 2 platforms. But then the image that they present to you and try to push to everyone is just the one that won.
Yeah.
Right. And then the other one where they lost, they just scrap that and put it aside. So it looks as though they're amazing, but really they have no idea. They're just taking both sides. So that's the trouble with that. Just like Mark was saying, the ideal thing is to develop your own learning and approach and strategy. And if there's something you can take away from these platforms or take cue from it, don't act on it. See what they're saying, and then go analyze it yourself and go like, does this make sense or not? And then decide whether you personally want to take that trade or not. Yeah,
exactly. And Nora, do you know what? I couldn't relate more to this comment, even if I tried. I find trading so incredibly interesting. I want to learn everything about it myself. I just don't understand copying someone else. And do you know what? The thing was, it was me discovering the copy trades and learning the hard way.
That leads you on to...
Yeah, that got me to the point where I was like, I want to learn this. I want to master this myself. I want to get my own skills on this. And it was the hard lesson to learn that there's no easy win. But it's one that's brought me to this point, almost 3 years later. It's unfortunately, it's the world we live in. Is everyone wants instant gratification and everyone wants instant results, right? And that's just the way the world is.
Not even that as well. I think as well, because you just don't know what you don't know. So it's almost like most people that start at first business, like you make heaps of errors, then you learn, you iterate on the business, it starts succeeding, and then often once someone has had one really successful business, chances are they end up with, you don't just end there. Often they go 3, 4, 5, 6 other businesses, and it just ramps. So there is a certain that kind of grift, a bit of scuffing your knee, abrasions, bruises, that kind of stuff, until you get to that I don't know, acceleration point, whatever, traction, that kind of thing.
Nora says, today I've learned a lot of new things from you guys. Very grateful for you doing this. You are most welcome, Nora. But Nora, you're here with us every day. And are you saying only today you've learned lots of things from us? I just want to know. Just want to be clear. All right. Nora, if I'm not mistaken, is funded and is trading in Ibiza, which I think
that's awesome, dude. Honestly,
that is like that's like the dream. Wouldn't I'm just gonna head down to the beach. I'm just gonna take my laptop, just trade from the beach. Have the tunes. You can just hear the tunes from the clubs in the background. Just sounds good. Zhao, I think is your name. Those are Bollinger Bands that LJ has on his chart at the moment, if that's what you're referring to. So yeah. Most people want to earn first, don't go to learn, and then they lose by copying someone else, etc., etc. Yeah, exactly. Abdul, precisely that. And the problem is that people stick a whole ton of money into, copying somebody, and then they run out of capital to actually use as part of their learning process, right? And unfortunately, as LJ says, you don't know what you don't know. So you go into the trading arena, and if you get bombarded with all of these ads and all of these videos and all of these kind of clickbait that are saying, "Hey, follow my, my trade signals, easy peasy,"
and you just think, "What if? What if? Yeah. I just need that one time. What if?"
Yeah.
And then it,
exactly. So,
and most people only learn once you experience like a heap of pain, right?
Yeah.
Most people don't change until pain hits a certain threshold, and then they go, "I have to do something else now," right? And
exactly.
so that's the hard part.
Exactly. And she's saying, especially today. All right. Okay. All right. Then, fair enough. All right. We'll accept that compliment. We'll take that one. A lot of people get into trading because they think they can spend all day at the beach.
After 10 years under your belt, then maybe you can, but you got to put in that hard graph. It's like a number of you guys ask sometimes, how do I pick certain levels? And I'm just like, I'm on it. A big part of it is that 10 years of watching charts, seeing every single pattern under the sun. Like I would have well over, if they say 10,000 hours of mastery in terms of literally just staring at charts, I'm probably upwards of 35 to 40,000 hours over this period. Because I'm often here, I've intentionally done extra with that per that reasoning of doing, the 10 to 14 hours a day, every single day, year after year in front of charts. And that's how you eventually do get that down to just like it's like a impulsive reaction. The same way if you fall over, your body immediately puts your hands out, right? And the same way you can then get that with the charts, or like playing piano or an instrument, you can just pick it up and you just do it automatically. You don't have to think. You're actually thinking less. Over time.
Adele's saying, I copied accounts on my broker and got 5 accounts blown. There you go.
Yeah.
And there was a question. Prop firms don't allow copy trading, so no, you can't copy somebody else's trades, but you can use trade copiers. So if you save you time and exactly. So let's say, for example, you have 3 accounts, you can use a trade copier. Traders Connect is a good one, where you hook them up to all 3 accounts. You trade via one of them, but the trades get replicated across all the accounts. So you can do that. So the trade copying stuff, all that kind of stuff, is more for your own personal things. Like if you've made a bit of money from trading prop firms or whatever, you've got that money under your belt, you're looking how to diversify. Some people into stocks, that kind of stuff. You might look to put it into your own brokerage, have that running in the side whilst you keep working on the actual firm accounts, right? And so that can run in the background, and sometimes that's what people do. Unknown Mail, if you want to, if you're comfortable with your trading and you are comfortable purchasing an account and you believe that you can pass the challenges needed, then a prop firm is a great way to leverage capital and build it up. But if you're asking us which one to suggest, well, I mean, have a think about what channel you're watching, and there's the answer. From your experience, a candle without tail on one side will be visited soon on that side. On my chart, the daily candle from today on USD CAD is without a tail.
You want to run that by wick? You love your candle structures, so I do love
a wickless candle. So yes, if a candle doesn't have a tail, which I'm assuming you mean doesn't have a wick, so that's why I think gold is going to spike back up on the move that it's making right now, because we've got multiple wicks down here. Wickless candles all along this move, which to me suggests that we're coming back up for those levels. So yes, the higher the time frame, the more powerful it is as well. Mine specifically works with forex.com. That's what I've back tested, and that's what I find works. I can't attest to other brokers or other data feeds, but on forex.com, wickless candle, inside bars, and perfect equal highs or equal lows, where you got two candles with the same price, identical price. Those are levels that will be taken and revisited eventually. The reason I say eventually is because you need to see the price action set up to suggest whether or not price is happy to leave it behind. And that's generally what you look for, is when you see the engulfing candles and you see them getting retested. So when you see one engulfing candle, let's say bullish to the upside, price comes back down, retests the lower wick of it where it first started to move up and pushes on again, then you've got confirmation that any candles lower, which might be wickless or something like that, then they'll be left for later on, is generally how my back testing works, and that's how my strategy is built upon. So yeah, we've been taking a merry time with gold. It's been trying to catch as many people out as possible, I think, on this move. We are coming into that final 1 hour.
I think we've slowed down overall across some of the currency pairs over this past sort of hour between the transition over end of London to New York. So
so the final
we're
10 minutes of this, we are still on the move. The final 10 minutes of this candle will be very interesting, though. If you start to see it really push up now, then that's an indication that we might actually see a reversal back up to come and start taking some of these areas up here. I don't think we're going to, but it could happen. Probably what's likely to happen for the next 10 minutes or so is for us to chop around where we are right now, so that the candle closes as a strong hourly candle, suggesting a bearish engulfing candle to the downside, and then we'll come back up, take some of this liquidity, and then push on down. Probably, if I'm looking at it right now, we might look to see this pocket here around the 329 area might be taken. So, but we'll see.
I feel like that's a very good question for me in particular. So, as far as Australian brokers, like personal brokers, Pepperstone is very good. I would say my number one though is probably IC markets, right? Particularly if you're like an active trader. So if you're a very active trader, so sort of daily, intraday, that kind of stuff, IC markets and Pepperstone are going to be your two best. The next one after that would be CMC markets. They're brilliant as well, probably slightly better for if you're doing a bit longer holds like swing trades or investing, that kind of stuff. However, they now also do have an active sort of specifically designed for day trading, etc. Platform as well. That's run through MetaTrader on their end. But I would say IC markets is still slightly number one. Those would be your top three though. IC markets, I personally haven't used Pepperstone in the past myself. Like they're basically comparable to IC markets, so hence they've got basically the same offerings. I've been with IC markets for I think 10 years now, with CMC for about 12 years. So you can't go wrong with either of them. Sorry, you can't go wrong with either of them. IC markets, definitely if you're a very active trader though, that would be the number one. They've got MetaTrader, CTrader, a bunch of all their platforms, different type styles, and it is an ECN network as well. So it's very good for any of the copy trading, that kind of stuff. If you've got multiple accounts, you can link them up and you can be secure in like quality execution. I believe they also offer like VPSs from the broker itself as well. So there you go.
Maggie's saying, isn't it a bit deceiving though? If you have a 50k account, you're really playing with only 5k. Isn't it better just to have your own 5k account? Yes and no, because if it's your own 5k account, that is all your 5k, right? If you want to have, even if you want to have that 5k account, as you've alluded to with that 50k account, you're actually only getting 5k. how much of your own money are you putting in to get that 5k?
Yeah.
Right. If it's the 5ers, you're putting in $39, right? So bang for your buck, you are still, you know, I mean, this is all dependent on how, you know, how consistent you are as a trader, right? But essentially what we're saying is that if you are a consistent trader, you know, you're profitable and, you know, you've back tested your process and all these other things, then, you know, you've only got, you know, you've only got to then think about how can you leverage that. And the prop firms, if you can master it, the prop firms give you a great way of leveraging that edge and building up your capital with a much lower entry price, right? That's essentially what we're saying. So, I mean, yes, if you've got 5k of your own money, sure, put it into a broker, you know, maximize the leverage if you can and see what you can make from it. But just be very, very careful, because that is your 5k. And with a prop firm, let's say with the 5ers, is $39 versus 5k, right? You know, that $39, yeah, you hit the 5% limit, you hit the 10% limit, you lose the account, but you've only lost $39. On your own broker account, there's no rules to stop you from blowing that whole 5k, right? So that's the thing to be careful of. But you're right, the perceived deception of, hey, it's a 50k account, but you're actually only getting 5k is right. But you've got to remember that you're still getting the leverage of being able to get payouts from an account that's the equivalent of 50k, right?
Yeah, and that's the point, is the leverage. So the same way it would be an argument, do you work at a hedge fund or a bank? Because they might give you $100 million book, but it doesn't mean you can go and lose $50 million, right?
Exactly.
Like, the point is the 100 mil is for capacity to take on volume for the contracts, that kind of thing, and then reap. You want to reap a small incremental profit and then just gradually compound that. I mean, if you guys chuck in, like if you did 1% a day over a year, you're up 12x. So if you had 100k and you go 12x, you're at 1.2 mil. If you do, now you're another 12x the next year, that's 12 mil. And you'll see that in, you know, 5 years or something, you get to $1 billion. So hence, the point is not that's not really, you also have scaling problems. Like you can't actually go to $1 billion. There's reasons for that. You have, you know, liquidity spreads, that kind of thing. It's not going to work. But the idea is that you're not trying to risk the full 5k. You want to incrementally, gradually compound that money up. That's why people talk about Sharpe ratios, that kind of thing. So it's the amount of risk you took on to make a certain amount of profit, right? You're not looking to just, you know, ratchet the thing up to Lamborghini in 2 seconds, right? You want to take steady, gradual thing, approach it like a job. You know, you might be employed somewhere and they, you know, if you're going to be there for 10 years and say, hypothetically, they pay you, I don't know, let's just say 70k and you're there for 10 years. Technically, you got a $700,000 contract per se, but they'll only give you 70k. You know, it's a gradual thing. You need to gradually stagger that on. And the same way with trading, if that's a, you know, the kind of mindset that you're looking at, you're not trying to go 0 to 100 right away, right? You want to take it gradual, because if you do take it gradual, those numbers just increase and they take care of themselves. Because eventually, you know, 1% of a larger number would have otherwise been like 3 or 4 months when you're at that lower base. So over time, you get an exponent curve that just goes right up.
Yeah, exactly. Those of you who did take that gold trade that I said earlier,
I was about to say, dude, these have just ran right on.
Just look at that. So anyone who took that trade when I was talking about it, that was a 22R trade that I closed because I thought this move here on the 1 minute was us negating against it. To say I'm annoyed.
What's up, guys?
Hey, no, that's right. Mike, just run those longer stops, man. Like we're talking about. That's all you need.
Wait, that's not a real trade, is it?
It's a trade that I suggested, and then when it came up here on the 1 minute, I closed it at break even. Well, about $5 lost. because I thought we were going to have the stops taken out, but it held and it's gone for a 22R. So I'm going to leave that. I think I might print
Nice.
it and leave it as a reminder for myself to stop.
That
being
looks
an
good though.
idiot.
That's your USD. Nice. Okay, so you actually okay. Oh, it didn't really hit my entry. God damn it.
I know,
Okay,
yeah,
that
that's
was a
what
good
spot.
trade, man.
That's why we needed that spot, bro. Like,
Yeah,
and then
yeah, that was a good trade.
The gold trade.
Guys, we got something very exciting coming up here. We have in the background, we have Muso, and we're going to be running a quick little 1-minute countdown to prepare things here on the back end before we go live. So if you don't know who Muso is, now this is a top performing trader at the 5ers. I did 3 months ago. I did an interview with him. He was at the time he was funded with the 200K, scaled his account 4 times, and had over $55,000 in total payouts. It's going to be very interesting. We're going to do a live interview here, live trading / interview. It's going to be very interesting. So I'm going to be running the intro here for 1 minute. Now, if you're here to watch Muso, now I want you to tell me in the comments, say something about Muso. So I'm here for Muso, whatever, and then hit that like while we are running this countdown. Make sure that you do pump those like numbers. It looks like we got a lot of people here. It looks like this could be a new record for the live stream. So let's pump that up. Okay, guys, Mike, LJ, I have been listening in the background, and as always, man, I love your analysis, and definitely should have entered that Euro USD trade.
I know.
Yeah.
Oh, where's the community count at now?
Where's the balls at? I don't know, man.
Where's
I don't know. Drop them.
It's still.
Drop them.
Is it?
What? Sorry, what? No. Well, let's. You know what? Let's just run the intro, and then we'll talk about that another time.
Okay. Thanks, guys.
All right.
See you later.
We'll see you next time, guys.
Thanks, guys. All right, here we go. So as I said, well, that's why am I so small? Let's make myself bigger. Oh, that's good. Great. Okay, so like I just said previously, I'm going to bring Muso on. So he is a funded trader with us here at the 5ers. Previously, we did a funded interview with him 3 months ago when he was funded with 200,000 high stakes account, and like I said, over 55,000 payouts in total. So very interesting to see where he is right now. I'm going to be adding you right now, Muso. All right. There we go. Welcome, man. Welcome to the live show.
Hello, everyone, and thank you for the invitation, Jonathan, and glad to see you again. How are you? How are
yes,
you
very. No, I'm good. I'm very happy to have you on, man. Very happy to have you on. It's been a while. It's been 3 months. So how's trading been since we last did the interview?
Not good, not bad. Smooth, working smooth, and like as usual, working here and trying my best every day, and all good.
All right.
How about you?
Good. Business as usual. I'm good as well, man. I'm good as well. Okay, so what we're gonna do here is, you know what? First, before we kind of, everyone watching, you know what they want. They want to look at the charts. They want to look at a couple of setups. They want to But what I want you to do first is maybe explain to the viewers who have not met you before. Maybe explain to the viewers a little bit about your history in trading. How long have you been trading, and where did you get started in this industry?
Yeah, I have been trading since 3 years. I have a teacher, and I saw like I learned this trading from one PPSL shares, and after like learning 1 year, like after learning, like I practiced and backtest my old strategies, and almost 1 year, how to say, I was 1 year like minus, and then after backtesting and like working on myself, like coming back to myself, to my level, and then like started to make a profit. And then after I created my own strategy, like I suspended some and like useless pairs, like the the first one like is HO, like the gold one, because gold like got minus so more, and then like I created my own strategy, and I worked as a like a robot, and then I saw I saw my, how to say, profits. I saw my all the everything was going good, and like I didn't change anything, and I didn't even try to learn new something. That's a thing, like that's a thing, like working smooth, and like for now everything was good, and I don't want to, how to say, to change my strategy. And after interview, like I got another like 20K payout, and like I have a total now, if I'm not wrong, 75,000 payouts from the 5ers. And thanks for the payouts for the 5ers, because before that, like before 5 years, like I was in big trouble with the other props. That's why like I found the 5 years, and like started work with the 5 years, and like step by step, like my evaluations was going good, and like it was motivated me. And like after that, every step like another level. After every step, like I have a motivation like for the next step. I have a motivation for the next step. If God wants, like we'll go to for the end, like, and I wanna run 2 million 2 million with the 5 years, 2 million funded account.
Nice. Yeah, man. Yeah, I've seen your payouts. I've seen like, and I mean, this is kind of like life-changing amounts of money for someone in your position. So I really think it's really cool to have you on, because I know how, you know, trading for prop firms and getting these payouts, how it's kind of like changed changed your situation basically. And I think that's really cool. So just one quick, how you talked about your trading journey, but how many years would you say that it took? 1 or 2 years to actually see that profitability? You said that it took like 1 year to learn how things were working.
No, while learning, like I was also directly working with the props, because I'm a person like who pays for my errors. Because like if you got like challenge from the prop accounts, and if you blow the account, you will got a lesson. If not, like I don't want to work with the demo shots, demo accounts, because it's nothing, because you can make like $1 million on the demo shots, but like on the real shot it's another thing. That's a thing. I in the first year, like I bought almost for $13,000 dollar. I bought accounts and blow up all of them. But after 1 year, like all the my minus is covered with a plus, and now I'm in a plus next 2 years.
Nice. I love that. So what would you say, like how would you describe, I mean, maybe this would be a great time to actually open up the charts and get into it. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to actually pull your screen up here. You've shared your trading view, and yeah, let's get into the idea here. Maybe you can show us a little bit about and explain the way you're trading, you know, your trading style and your approach here in the charts.
Sure. As I said before, I work only with the 4 hours and like with higher time frames, and that's the thing. I'm waiting for now to break the PTH, previous day high, because there is a high probability to go there. And then here we can see that like 4 hours FEG here. If the price go with this price, I'm thinking to get a sell on the DXY. I'm waiting for the confirmation, because without any confirmation, you will lose all. If the price will not go in this target, I'm waiting for this target, because we can see that like there is a Asian low, and we need to look Euro USD and GBP USD for the SMTs. If the two pairs like gives us the confirmation with the SMT and like hit something interested, I'm gonna get buy for the DXY, because if it's not go here, and I have two scenarios now. If the DXY go here, and I'm gonna take the sell on this zone from the DXY. If not, if the DXY will go down from here, I'm gonna wait until here, and then I'm gonna take the buy from the DXY until here. For now, for today, I'm looking only this position from the pairs, from the Euro USD and GBP USD.
All right, interesting. But you're not trading the dollar currency index directly, are you? You're trading Euro USD based on the dollar currency index, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, I'm not like first. I'm gonna always I do the analyze with the DXY, and then I will go to the Euro USD or GBP USD. Like I will find which one is better, which one is interested from the pairs. I have only two pairs for the currencies, GBP and Euro USD. And on the here, as you've seen here, there is a daily FEG on the Euro USD. I'm waiting the reasons why I'm waiting this zone. There is a resistance zone here as well, because there is a high chance to go up, to go here, to go down here, and to go up to this zone again. If not, on the Euro USD, if directly go here like this, I'm gonna take short. I'm gonna take sell from the Euro USD until this zone. On the GPP, this is the same, because right now we can see that SMT with the GPP and the Euro USD, because the Asian low already hit by Euro USD, but not GPP. And it's interesting, but we need to wait anyway. That's a point. If the GPP USD right now goes until up here, I'm gonna take the buy. But it's how to say, unique strategy need to set up, because after hitting the sell side or buy side or something interested zone, not need to take, how to say, directly. Need to, how to say, there is a I also look for the numbers, because I'm gonna take the exact numbers. Let's say here the sell side zone is 35,025, and I'm gonna take here 10 pips minus. It will be, oops, just a second. It will be 35,150, and my stop loss will be here, like 10 pips always. If, how to say, the our goal like looks like 50-50, it might be like 1.5% stop loss, and the take profit always will be 3, like 1 to 3 RR, I mean. It's for the GPP. It's for, I'm looking, and I'm gonna also show my position for the Euro USD here. let's say 1670, 700. Yes, like let's make it 16700, and the stop loss will be 16600, 10 pips, and take profit will be 17,000 for the take profit zone. For now, I'm not gonna take any trades right now because I need to wait for my confirmation for my strategy, and also for the sell zone. I'm looking these zones. 17,300, and the stop loss will be 17,400. 17,400, and it will go. Oops. Yes.
So when you
here.
say confirmation, you said you can't take a trade right now because you're waiting for confirmation. Now, what would that confirmation look like?
They look like I'm looking for the SMT. I'm looking how to say hit it the interested zones, because the only EUR USD, how to say, it's not enough for me. Like like I have 3 pairs here, right? Like at least 2 of them need to hit the interested zones. Let's say FVG zone, let's say buy side, sell side liquidity zones, and then like it should be SMT with the other pairs. It will be a confirmation for me. It's enough. It's easy. Like I'm not gonna, how to say, look any hard or like deepest things. Just looking for this confirmation, and that's all. Like I'm gonna take the shot, and I'll if the stop loss goes down, it's okay. If not, like I'm gonna wait for the 1.3, the risk to ratio.
And you also said stop loss. You said the 10 pip stop loss always, or so that means you're always using a 10 pip stop loss.
Yes, 10 pips, almost like 80% of my stop loss will be 10 pips, because it's based on my strategy. I know, like I work against the market. I know, like it may be, how to say, goes to my stop loss very, very fast. But like if the price go down as soon as possible and go up again, it will be sniper entry for the entry zone.
Right, interesting. So we have a question here. What about your win rate? Because now what I see here is you're kind of trying to get that sniper entry with a tight stop loss of like 10 pips. So I do assume your win rate would be slightly lower because you're looking at higher risk to reward trades here.
It's not high risk to reward. Like it's 1.3. It's I think it's usual 1.1, 2, 1, 3. I think it's a usual risk to ratio, and the win ratio almost like 60-70% win ratio.
Right. So, say that again. What was your win rate?
Win ratio 70 or 60% win ratio. It will be according to my trades.
Nice. So between 60 and 70% win rate. And
yes.
What type of by the way, guys, I just gotta make sure that there's no spamming in the chat. I know that Muso has a lot of fans here, a lot of fans coming into the chat, but just make sure that we keep it not spammy, so that all the good questions can get through and we can cover that here. So that is impressive. Like 60 to 70% win rate. Now that is quite impressive, because you're looking at, what would you say, what type of risk to reward are you looking at on the setups?
On the setups, like I usually 1.3, 1.2. Like if 1.2, I'm gonna go out for my trade, because 1.2 it's enough for me. If we calculate as a simple if we make a simple calculation, if I do like 1.2 5 days next by next, it will be 10%. Let's say I'm gonna lose like 3 of them, and like from the 10, like we will do -3, and it will be anyway like 7% plus for that.
All right, awesome. That's really cool. So we're looking at Euro USD here right now, and you have two setups right now. You're looking at something that is looking at. It's all, to me, it almost looks like you're looking to trade the range in a way where you have like the buy would be when price comes down and perhaps takes out the range lows, and then you would short when it hits like that resistance above. So would that make sense to categorize this almost like a sort of range trading type of system?
No, like it based on 4 hours, because I do always I start always to analyze with the daily and then like 4 hours time frames, and then I'm gonna look interested zones from these zones, and I will go down from 4 hours to 1 hour, from 1 hour to at least 30 minutes, and I will look for the FEG nearby OT zone, like Fibonacci zones.
Right. Okay. So you're combining like horizontals and Fibonacci areas here.
Yes.
So what would you say, like, what would you say is your main time frame? Are you looking at different time frames, or are you looking at one?
No, my main time frame is 4 hour.
Your main time frame is 4 hour, but you're also looking at other time frames, right?
Yes. I will look another like for other time frames, 1 hour, 30 minutes, even at least 5 minutes. But like I will not use for them. Like for the analyze, I use only for the 4 hour time frames, because you can see the high time frames, a lot of more information about the charts, about the way of the movement.
All right, beautiful. So okay, that's great. Now you're looking for, so on your USD here, you're basically looking for any of these. So when price hits the area of interest, okay. So now let's say that your USD comes down and enters the area where you think you might want to go long, right? So where it says sell side liquidity. Now, I might have asked this before, but is there anything like specific that you need to see before you enter the trade? Any candlestick formation or any indicators or anything like that?
No, I'm not gonna use any indicators, because indicators, how to say, might be change your minds, and also it might difficult. And the best indicator is your mind.
Okay, so when price comes down into that level, what type of confirmation would you be looking for to really make you confident that this is the trade that I want to enter?
Sure. Look, I'm gonna how to say again this confirmation. Let's say the price is going down, not here. Okay, the Euro USD. The Euro USD is coming here, like and hit this zone and enter to my zone. Meanwhile, the DXY should go on to this side, like this, and then DXY should hit like previous day high. Meanwhile, and then the GBP USD must not hit the sell side liquidity. It might be how it should be SMT. Like if both of them hit sell side liquidity, I will just delete my limits, because 90-80% of my work is based on limits, buy limit or sell limit, because you don't know, like,
Right. So you're not okay. So you're putting a limit order, and you're not really waiting for the area. So on this, for example, on the USD trade before, would you put a limit order? Like, when would you put the limit order?
Let's say for the yesterday's limit order, yes, I put here limit order 17,600. I put the limit order here on the Euro USD sell limit. I made a limit order, and I analyzed that DXY should go into this area, because if you look the 4 hours gap, there is a FEG in the 4 hours here. and it should hit this gap, like 50% of 4 hours. As I expected, the movement of the DXY hit the 50% of the 4-hour gap, and meanwhile the Euro USD go up until this zone, because this is a very interesting zone for me, because here the person it was the zone 50% of the OT zone, and also there is a fair value gap with the 30 minutes with a 1 hour as well, but like I'm gonna look the 30 minutes if the person like 50% of the OT zone. Here, look, and then I put it here on the sell limit zone on the 1760, and I made the stop loss here 17,700. That's all, and my profit target 1.123 RR. But like I go out, like I just went out from the order after 1.2 risk to ratio, because as I said before, my risk to ratio always like 1.2 or 1.3. I know, like I knew it might go up until previous day low, but like it was enough for me in this zone. And
All right.
And also yesterday in this zone, the GBP USD must not hit this zone. Should be hit Must not hit this zone, because if GBP USD went until this zone, my limit was be invalid for the sell limit.
All right. Okay, that makes sense. So, but on the current Euro USD trade that you have open, there's no fib levels, right? You're not using fib levels on that.
There is a fib level, Jonatan. I'm sorry. There is a, like, I'm gonna just delete. Hold on. I made the fib zone from here until this zone. Did you see that?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense.
Here, I made the fib zone from top of the chart and until down here. There is a fib zone exactly 1.1.17600.
Right, so Henry has a comment right here. He says that, so identifying fair value gaps on dollar currency index and USD related pairs and expecting a reversal at the fair value gap. Does this make sense to you? Do you think that Henry has got it right?
Yes. My strategy is based on fair value gap, OT zone, like a Fibonacci zone, and sell side, buy side liquidity zone, and SMT with the other pairs. That's the only thing. And I'm gonna look for the reversal.
All right. Okay. So when it comes to take profit, then, because we talked about like entry, you're putting in limit orders on a fair value gap, and then you have around 10 pip stop loss. When it comes to take profit strategy, what are you looking at there? Like, if you can break down the reason why you're looking at a specific area for take profit.
Yeah, for the take profit, like if the price go down, and like let's say the price go and like take our limit, right, and it's go up for the take profit side, and our profit like more than 1%, and I'm gonna make the stop loss on the entry zone, like it will be break even zone for me, and I'm gonna wait for that. Like if I look my situation, and if 1.2 is enough for me, like I'm gonna go out for manually. If not, like I will look for the 1.3 like for the take profit. But always after 1% plus, I'm gonna make a break even zone for the entry point.
All right. Interesting. So, and we're talking about fair value gap. So we're talking about ICT concepts here. Did you start learning ICT like in the beginning when you started trading? Because I would assume that this is taken like from ICT, right?
Yes, I don't know any other like concepts except ICT, because I only have only one teacher, one master. I already told about our funded interview. His name is Shahraz. Like he runs for the like one Pepe style channel, and I didn't learn any other concepts except ICT. I only work with this concept, and even I don't also try to learn any other concepts, because it's enough for me. Like this strategy giving me like the profit. Why like I should learn another concepts? It's
No,
okay for
definitely.
me.
I mean, if you yeah, I mean, if I find something that works, then you stick with it. That's definitely what I believe you should be doing. We have a lot of people asking, like, would you be comfortable sharing like your 5ers dashboard? I know if you're not, that's completely fine. I know a lot of people, that's also private. But if you want to, then we can look at that.
I can I cannot go to the dashboard because it's all my private things, and on the dashboard I can share a screenshot of the total payouts, but not all of them.
Yeah, definitely. No, I can definitely understand that, because if you're going to be sharing your screen with the dashboard, then obviously there's a possibility of sharing emails and private information and things like that. So that's not a problem. Not a problem at all. All right. So let me see here. I haven't really, I've been very focused on looking at your charts here, so I haven't really been looking at mine at all. But I do like. So you're saying, so we have a I'm very blurry as well. Let's see if I can get my camera right. There we go. Let's see. So we got on Euro USD. Let me see if I can pull up my screen here, and I want to see if I can actually find the things that you're looking at. It. Are you? But are you analyzing gold? Anything? Are you trading gold? Anything?
I do gold like so rarely. Gold is very very strange, and also very, how to say,
Yeah.
I'm waiting for the gold 3,269 zone for the buy. I'm looking for this zone, and I'm waiting for this zone. Like if the price goes down until this zone, I'm gonna try one percentage for this zone here.
All right. Okay. Interesting. And so you're looking to buy that. You're looking to buy that level below. What number is that?
3,269.
Yeah, that makes sense. 2,200 and
3,200.
yeah, 3,200.
Yeah.
Yeah, 3,269.
9.
Yeah, I like that. That's so okay. So that's a good level. I've marked out that level as a support for me. Now I would assume that is that a fair value gap?
Yes, there is a fair value gap, and also
Okay.
there is a Fibonacci zone as well.
Right. Okay.
And
So
also,
where have you?
and also, I'm sorry, and also there is a zone here for the zone. I'm waiting the reason, because there is a here like, let's say, little liquidity zone here on the 3,275 zone, and then like if the price hits this zone, like this zone, it will, let's say this zone is our sell side liquidity, and go up to 3,269 zone. I'm waiting for this zone because always, like, after hitting the sell side or buy side liquidity, I will do minus or plus with 4 pips. So if we made them minus, like here, 6 pips, it will go do on my zone, and I will do like stop loss on the 3,265 on the stop loss.
Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. So maybe for those of you watching and you have any questions, let me know in the comment section if you have any questions. If you want Muso here to explain something specific for you guys, this is a great opportunity to ask your question. I would like to know, for those of us who are not trading ICT, could you perhaps explain what a fair value gap is?
It's a fair value gap. It's our, how to say, resistance. It's our resistance zone. Like there is a liquidity, how to say, back testing. It's a reversal zone. I say it like a reversal zone on my strategy.
Because do you have an example on, like, do you have an example on the chart what it looks like? Like, how can we identify what a fair value gap is?
Yeah. Okay. Let's say on the I'm looking for the 4 hours. Here there is a gap, like from this zone here. It's a fair value gap. The gap of the 2 pairs, which is not, how to say, hit it one by itself. Like there is a like another fair value gap here. Another and also we can see here BPR, balanced range zone here, like not here. I look these zones, and like these zones works for me as a reversal zone on my strategy. Your voice is not coming.
Yes, thank you. I have a little button here where I mute my microphone, and I forgot to unmute it. It's, the viewers of the live stream knows that that happens all the time. So okay, so yes, now a fair value gap, can that happen like inside a trend, or do you want that to happen like on support or at resistance, or is, because as I understand in technical analysis, the context of the moves and the patterns is very important. So does a fair value gap in the middle of a trend, does it matter if it's a middle in a trend or at key levels?
No, I'll look for the fair value gaps with the trends and also with the, how to say, the sessions. I'm gonna look for the Asian sessions for the, how to say, I work only with the London and New York session, right? So I took how to say fair value gap and the resistance zones Asia, like for the back tested as a, like, it's a this session as the Asian session gives me more information about fair value gaps and also resistance zones, and I will use them also, because combination of the 4 or 5 things is a good thing for the work.
All right. Okay. Very cool. We have a question here. So the question is, I just want to know that he only takes the trade if dollar currency index, euro, and GBP, all of them doing the things he wants to do. So do they all have to confirm the trade? All three?
Yes. All three.
Okay, so for this viewer,
10 or 5%, it might be gold, but not 3 more than that.
Okay, interesting. Could you I know we have a lot of more viewers coming in. So for all the new viewers, by the way, guys, make sure that you do hit that subscribe button and hit the like. We want to make sure that we get that like number up. We have a lot of people watching right now and a lot of new people coming in here. For all the new people, Muso, I think maybe you could just walk us through one more time, like the relationship between these three pairs: dollar currency index, Euro USD, and GBP JPY, and why they are important for you.
Because Euro USD and GBP USD is a good for working, and you can see how to say on the opposite side from the DXY. That's a thing like I use only for GBP and Euro USD, and also volume of the two pairs is good enough because if you work with the gold, like you're gonna lose your account as much as you can because Euro USD and GBP USD is good enough, and also you got more chance for working.
Okay, so I have another question. We have a viewer in the comment section asking that if your limit order, the active limit order, let's say the price goes straight through that limit order and then hits the stop loss, but it kind of still looks like it's valid, will you enter the trade again after the stop loss hitting, or will you let it go?
I have a rule. After stop loss, I should, how to say, look at least 1 hour cooling period, and I will look another session. Like let's say I have a stop loss on the London session. Just I will quit the chart and I will go back on the New York session for looking another entry, because after stop loss you lose your mind, and there is a high probability to make another stop loss after first stop loss. That's why like it's better to wait another session or another day, because the day is not over, and also the chances is not over. That's why like the only thing you need to wait for your chance, and just analyze back and just look your errors and re-enter for your pair after 3-4 hours, or at least after a day.
All right, interesting. So you said something interesting. You know, when the stop loss hit, you lose your mind. I kind of like that. And on that, on that note, I think, do you have any has there been any mental struggles or any struggles with trading psychology that you've had to overcome during your career?
Yes, sure. As I said, like I already experienced one with my family, and then also the best way after stop loss. Just go away from the chart and do your another things, another works. Let's say go to swim pool or go to the mountain for refresh your mind. I do always the same thing, because it's a better way to how to say, to make another stop loss for the market.
Yeah, remember in the interview we did 3 months ago, you also talked about how if trading was not going well and you maybe enter a drawdown period, you'd like to kind of like go out to the mountain and spend time in nature and kind of like away from the charts and things like that. Is that something you really do? Is taking breaks important for you in trading?
Yes, because if you do not take a break, the market will give a break. Because the market will take your account, and just you need to make for the rest. That's the thing. It's better to take a rest while we have a time for analyzing your error, for analyzing your charts, or for analyzing your entire look for the market.
Yeah, I mean it's better that you take a break than the market's forcing you to take a break.
Sure.
Do you have any specific rules in trading? Rules, when I say rules, what I mean is like max number of trades per day, max risk per trade, or something like that?
Yes, I do have. The first thing, max per trade, 2 trades per day, and also not every day is not a trading day. That's why like I always how to say try not to work every day. I'm gonna just wait my time for the trade. And also about the percentage, I only use 1%. Like it might be 1.5%, like 10% of my trades. And also I have a cooling period. If I give a stop loss, I'm gonna take a cooling period at least whenever, and then at least whenever for the next session. And I do always I have a rule for the analyzing the charts. Only start with the daily time frame, and then 4 hours time frame, and then like for the 1 hour time frame for looking your entry. And that's the thing. Like I have and also not working with the news time because you don't know how to say what kind of news impact for the currencies or for the DXY for the market. That's the thing.
Yeah, no, that's really good. So having rules very important. You're taking breaks when you need to. So let me like. Do you have any? We have a lot of new traders here. We have a lot of traders that are looking to get funded or looking to start an evaluation account. So what do you think? Like what do you think is the most important thing or the most important things to focus on?
The most important thing is I think is risk management, because if you do not follow your risk management, you're gonna lose your account or you're gonna lose your mind. That's a main thing for the for the following for your risk management is a first thing. The second thing, I think, do not trade for all the pairs. Just pick one of the at least 2 or 3 pairs and work with these pairs, and again just look your these pairs for the 2-3 years back, and just analyze these pairs 1 year ago. This pair, like at this time, what happened, like what kind of news impact for these pairs. I think a lot of pairs may affect for the fork. That's why I choose only 3 pairs for working here, and then after choosing these pairs, I started to make a profit. In the beginning of my career, I have also like 10 pairs for working, and like I will look another pair, and actually I lost my mind. I lost my mind because while I'm looking another pair, the chance of the entry for another pair is already gone. That's the thing. If you do not make a profit one day, you have another day for the profit. Do not run for the profit or the stop loss. Just wait your target, and when the price go down for your target, just take a trade, because if you do not trade on your target when the traders must do trade, I think the best way, just believe yourself, believe your target, believe your strategy, and work with your strategy even if the stop loss hits. So many traders, in my opinion, think they, after 2 or 3% loss, they already lose their account, and another they're gonna another re-entry they made, and also they do a revenge entry for the pairs, and the errors will go next by next.
Yeah, so basically, focus. You said something about focusing on a fewer number of pairs and really, getting to know getting to know the pairs, and I think that's very important. Now,
Sure.
when you develop your system, now I know that you had a mentor, and so maybe you didn't develop everything in the system on your own, but I guess you back tested the system, right, to kind of confirm its profitability. Now, how did you back test it?
Sure, Jonathan. I have a mentor, but like I how to say, my mentor learned, teached me 3 months and 4 months. After that, like I how to say, I worked on myself, and all the things, how to say, the errors is my errors, not the mentor, because after, how to say, teaching the students, all the responsibility of the errors is the students' error. So after that, like I started my own work. I back tested on myself. Like I see a lot of errors. I see a lot of, how to say, challenge not passed, like failures, and then like you need to analyze at the end. Like after analyzing, I get the paper, I get the book, and I, how to say, wrote every single my trade whole 1 year on the book, and then like what kind of, how to say, pairs giving me minus, what kind of pairs giving me plus, and what kind of pairs I should focus on. And I, how to say, I analyzed these things almost 10 or 2 weeks for I mean 10 days or 14 days for the analyze. And then I see that like gold and GPP, GPY and USD CAD giving me some more pain. And then I, how to say, I just throw away, and I didn't, how to say, make trade with them, and I only trade with the less pairs, and less pairs more profit. And then I started making a profit. And also, how to say, I didn't chase any other strategies, because every strategy has their own profit, but need to work on this strategy on again and again. Like even, how to say, the scientists also made so many errors, made so many, how to say, failures on their career, but they made, how to say, back tested on their self, and they found their how to say, things for their life.
Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, so basically what you're saying is, if for you it's a lot about trial and error. You're trying things, you're seeing what works, what doesn't work, and you're trying to
Yes.
develop, trying to continue doing the things that work, and you stop doing the things that doesn't work. And I think that trial and error approach in trading is obviously very, very important.
And also, revenge trade is also one of the most, how to say, most errors on the traders, because most traders do a revenge trade after hitting a stop loss. I do recommend, do not make a revenge trade. Just wait another time for another session or another day. Do not make a revenge trade on their pairs.
Yeah, and I mean, you also, with your rules, you had a rule that says like take a break when there's a stop loss hitting, you take a break. And when I guess one of the reasons for taking that break is to not revenge trade, right?
Yes. It's not like if we go to for the rest, for the break, how to say, you will analyze, and like you will have another view for the market. That's the important thing for the market.
Yeah, definitely. So we have a question in the comment section here as well, asking, do you use the same risk management for the evaluation phase and the funded phase? So when you're looking at prop firms, do you use different risk management for evaluation and funded?
No, I do always the same risk management, because even in the funded account also, I do a 1% risk for the per trade. I'm not gonna change my risk management any other way, because if you change your risk management, if you change your strategy, you're gonna change yourself. That's the thing. I'm not gonna change any even I lost my account. I'm gonna, how to say, work my strategy, I'm gonna work on my risk management 1% fix.
Okay, so you're always risking 1% per trade.
Yeah, even with the
Okay, so you're never.
yeah, I do, how to say, I do 2%, even 1.2 1.5% risk, but like it's a rare thing.
Right. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. So what about the losing streaks? What if you have, because yeah, so what if you have losing streaks, right? Many trades in a row or longer drawdown. Do you change your risk management in that case?
No, I'm not gonna change if the losing streaks coming. It's not about risk management. It's about for the view of the market. I'm gonna change, how to say, not risk management. I'm gonna change my view on the market. Just if my losing streaks are coming, that's a thing. It's related on my how to say, on my pressure, maybe on my, how to say, personal problem. That's the thing. It happens because if my losing streaks, I'm gonna fix on first the another steps, like let's say family or work or another things, but it's not about related to the market. If the everything is not good for the market, you're gonna lose, and the losing strikes begins on your trade as well.
We have another question on high impact market events like NFP or CPI. Do you trade do you take this into consideration when you're trading?
Okay, let me read. How do I adjust your trading high impact news, even like NFP or SPD? Would trade them? Hello from me. Okay, I'm not gonna, how to say, trade on the high impact news, but I can say sometimes I'm gonna work for the reversal of the news, because I backtested news, and after 1 hour or 2 hours, the news will go reverse. The let's say on the DXY, NFP like gives us like buy, like on the very strict buy, and after analyzing 2-3 years, the after buy, there should be run sell with a high impact, with the very strict. That sometimes, like, if, how to say, switch on my strategy, I'm gonna reverse for the news, but not before news. It will be after news, at least 1 or 2 hours then.
Okay, yeah. So you're waiting for after the news to make sure that you're not getting caught up in the volatility around the news.
Yeah, sure. Because you don't know, you cannot expect. If you, how to say, make a trade nearby news, it will be gambling. I'm not gonna lose my account for doing a gambling.
No, definitely that makes a lot of sense. Okay, Muso. So we're coming up to the end here of our session, and we got coming up soon. We got Victor and myself going to be doing some live trading here for you guys in the 5ers live trading room as well. If you guys want to follow along on Muso's journey, I have added a link to his Telegram channel in the description of this video, so make sure you go in there as well. And he also has a YouTube and a presence on Instagram as well, so make sure you check that out. Muso, is there anything you want to share with us here before we let you go?
No, it sounds good. Thank you very much, Jonatan. Thank you for the invitation, and I'm really happy for seeing again. I hope we're gonna make another live trading soon. Thank you very much for the invitation, and good luck for the team.
Thank you, and good luck in your future as well. Hoping to see you on here again, telling you about the how you maybe scale or get more payouts. Good luck, man.
Thank you. Have a good day.
All right, welcome back, everyone. We should have. It is I, Victor. Hello, everyone. Let's do some live trading. Apparently, as you can see, it's not Victor. It is me, and I am here to trade. We got self-made talk saying bye bye. No, it's not. It's not time to go. It's not time to go, man. It's time to hit that like. Time to hit that like, and let's have some fun. Okay, what are you guys trading today? What do we want to be trading today? What do you want to be trading today? Let's see. There he is. When you speak of the trolls, that's a saying in Sweden, probably in Finland as well. Speaking of the trolls, speak of Victor, and then Victor appears. There we go. What's up? Still here. I got it. Well, I wish you had another username though. We could have maybe. Okay, whatever. Risking 1% per trade feels like gamble to me. In case of losing streak, 10 losses would be the end of the account. That's a 10% drawdown. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking as well. When people say like, okay, I'm taking 1% per trade and I'm never changing that, I kind of like start thinking, what is that? What's up, Victor? Welcome.
Woohoo! How are we doing today? What's the energy in the room? Let me guess.
Fantastic.
It is
fantastic.
Hot as the sun.
Yeah. I did an impression of you before you got on. Hello, my name is Victor. Good going, everyone.
How did it go?
It went well.
I see.
I think it's thunder outside. We had great weather like an hour ago, and now there's like dark and there's lots of thunder outside. Victor, I've been live here for such a long time. I'm gonna take a quick break, okay, and then I will be back in a little bit. And okay.
No problem. Take your time. I'll hold the fortress for you. No problem. Relax. I'll hold the stand, and we will talk about anything the audience want. I wasn't looking. I wasn't watching, to be honest. So I'm not sure. That's a good one. All right. So yes, let me put my screen on. I wasn't listening in the last couple of dozens of minutes, so I'm not sure what you guys were discussing. But I think when I came in, I think it sounded very interesting, something that I normally talk about. And if that's so, I don't know if maybe the topic is already concluded. If so, we can let it rest. But if you guys in the audience still want me to give my take on it, even though I don't know what it is, I just saw some silhouette of a topic that I typically discuss with some frequency. So let me know in the chat what it is and if you guys want me to talk about it or not. All right, so let's see. I don't know what you guys are talking about in the chat. Hi there, self-made talks. Let's see, Noura, how are you doing? Thank you for being here. All right, let's look at Ozgur. Ozgur wants to take a look at the EU. I'm gonna put my screen on, which I'm not doing yet. You guys are looking at Jonatan's screen. Let's see. There it is. That's mine. All right, let's look at this. Yes, this is how it works. Okay, no problem. How is everyone doing? Gold view, someone's asking. Always Leon, always gold. Gold is so popular with everyone. It is. All right, let's see. I'm checking the chat to see if there's anything. Someone's saying I need to speak louder. I'm speaking quite loud. I don't know if that's if it's something everyone is hearing, because then I might be able to do something about it. But if it's only you, then I'm going to check here. No, there isn't anything I can change. All right, let's continue. Yes, gold. A lot of people watching for gold. How can I breathe? The same way as everyone is breathing. All right, it's all good, says Manish. Okay, thank you for letting me know that it's okay. For that person, or for those who don't hear me well because of, I don't know, the sound. I don't know. Maybe you could refresh the page if you're watching from a browser. Maybe exit and re-enter whatever platform you're watching me from. That may help. At least in Discord, that is a common solution for the audio issues. All right, let's look at gold. I can talk a little bit before we switch to gold. We can talk a little bit about. This is the ATR from yesterday. I don't know, for those who were here, right? That line, which is that was the ATR for EU. And as you can see, I mean, it's logical, right? ATRs, daily ATRs are based on the average. So it isn't a surprise that a lot of times actually they get hit. You know, on average, it should be around 50%, right? Because that's the average. And that's no different. That was yesterday, even though it seemed like it was a far, at the moment, it seemed like it would be too far away. But very quickly, it was hit. That's the power of using the ATR as a help, as a tool for your TP. All right, let's look at. I'm gonna be looking at one thing. I'm gonna show you guys. I had a couple of losses. You know, usually it's very easy to talk about the winners, right? Who doesn't want to share winners, right? Raise your hand if you don't want to, if you do like to share your winners. I mean, I'm everyone, right? Feels good. But to be fair, we have to share our losers as well, right? And I'll show you my losers of today. I had before we go to gold. I didn't forget. Let me check how many they were. I'm gonna check it in a platform which you can see, but just to be on the to be transparent about it. Let's see how much they were. There were a couple. Actually, I had 7 losses. Okay, 7 losses. So they weren't 7R, minus 7R, but minus 5.29. Okay, so that's just to be fair for everyone, because I do show my big winners. Sometimes they're big, not all the time. But I think it's only fair to also share the fact when I lose, right? Not long ago today, I lost 7 trades that amounted to 5.29 R. Okay, and I'm going to share with you what I did, and what happened. I did see, right? I'm going to move these things around, and then we'll go to EU. I did see, as we can see in the higher time frames, it's clearly because we created this daily order block, which was fresh, and yesterday we retested it very nicely. That was would have been a very nice trade if you caught that. And that daily time frame, considering the time frame that the structure was created, which is in this case the daily, you can assume that it will have a couple of bars, right? Effect going forward, meaning it wouldn't be a surprise to understand that impulsiveness or that selling pressure is still at play, right? You can see that market structure was and still basically at that point where we are currently today. It was and still is in a downwards or a selling market structure, a bearish market structure, making lower highs, lower lows, right? A downtrend, even though it's on a higher time frame, it is a counter trend, but it's still, if you zoom in, it is a trend, right? For that period, and that trend created an order block, not too strong, okay, but it is an order block, and it did get alignment with structures below. And this might still work later on, and I plan to try it again if it does happen. You see here we have an order block which is within that 4-hour order block. It was fresh for some time, and I did get some entries on these structures. You see them. I got 7 entries, which none of them eventually, they did work for a little bit, right? They did have a move, right? I was in profit, but that's not the kind of profit that I'm looking for. I'm actually looking for the actual reversal to either take retest this high or continue to the next structure, which would have been that structure probably. Let me see if that's correct before I say things that are not correct. I think it is. I will have to see it on some other. Yes, that I was looking for that pop to that H4. Didn't happen. I was gonna say never happened, but it may still happen. Just I was, it wasn't at that moment that I entered. And if you can see that actually on the H2, you have, after I had 7 losses, there is another structure, actually a much stronger, in my opinion, because it swept that swing low there, and this is an H2. Is this too big of a structure? Let's see. It is 1126. I'm going to check it on another terminal. That is not too big. Okay. So I would be able to trade this, and actually price already came into that order block right there. So, but that's not too much. That's not enough for me, to be fair. Let me indicate it with some lines, and then we can go to gold as you guys have requested. Someone asking here, Henry, how are you doing, Henry, my friend? Victor, have you backtested putting your stop loss at break even at some point? Yes, I have. And it's not, to me, it's not the best rule. It didn't help me. I was more profitable leaving my stop loss at where I currently am putting them. And even though when it gets to I was about, I didn't check it too, carefully, but I was, I think, a couple of R in profit. I don't know, like 300. 3 R's, or in that account, 1 R is $100. But I was a couple of R's in profit. All the times that I checked, I may revisit that rule again, but as far as I checked, it wasn't worth it moving that stop. I'd rather have the structure be invalidated than to take my break even and then it moves in my direction, because my stops are very, very tight. So I can't bring them in to break even easily. I can, of course I can, but they're still gonna be in a place where it can come back and retest before it continues. There's some sound, extra sound. I'm not sure if it's yours, Jonatan.
Yeah, maybe it's mine. Maybe it's my mic. Are you picking up yourself?
Yeah. Yes. We hear something. I don't know if everyone is hearing it, but I do hear something that comes and goes. It sounds something metallic with sound, with sort of like a little box, or I don't know what it is, but. All right.
Is it still there?
No, not. I don't think it's. Someone says too loud mic, but I don't know if that's true. Maybe, I don't know. It doesn't sound like feedback. But okay, let's continue. Okay, so those trades, they eventually, I had a couple of very nice moves from these order blocks, right? But they never, the lower time frame, they worked perfectly, but it didn't grow, or continue that move move into the actual reversal. Now it is looking much better now after it swept the swing low, right, with that move, and that is a different strategy which I also trade, which I'm already in a trade. But my main strategy, the one that I share with you guys, that one had 7 losses, right? 7 losses minus 5.29 R. Okay, let's look at gold. Yeah, I don't hear it anymore. So whatever you did, if it was you, it helped.
Yeah, I think it was me. I had my mic. I had my mic on, so probably that's probably why.
Okay, no problem. Marina says, same here. Some losses today. It's part of the game. Yes, it is indeed part of the game, and that's why I wanted to share with you guys, because it's easy to share the winners, but we're trying here to portray things as they are, and it's only fair we also share our losses. So okay, I'm checking the chat if there's anything. Perfect. I like that, Vinicius. That keeps us transparent and honest with ourselves to begin with, but with everyone else as well. Let's see. All right. Thank you for that, Vinicius. Thank you for that suggestion. I might do that. Yes, it is part of the game, completely so. It is it's something you have to get accustomed to, right? I know from my strategy that these 7 losses in a row is normal. It's not. It still stings a little bit. You don't want it, but it happens with some frequencies. So you have to be, not too hard on yourself when these things happen. All right, let's there's a lot of engagement. I like that. While you guys are engaging us in the chat, don't forget the like button. Engage that button as well. And the subscribe button as well. I like the engagement. All the messages, I'm very not even able to keep track with all of them. I don't know how you guys do that, Jonatan, or our other hosts, how they do, but I'm trying my best
with
here.
Engaging with the audience?
Yeah, I mean, reading, not missing any messages. I'm not going to be reading all of them, but at least skimming them to make sure that I don't miss anything, that I don't want to miss. But okay, that's right.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't really. Sometimes I look at the comments. Sometimes I don't look at the comments. I think it's all about Yeah, I don't know. It's all about trying to multitask, but I'm very bad at that. I mean, I can read the comments. I say something, I read the comments, and then I don't know what I'm talking about or anything. Like now, I'm trying to do things and trade or analyze at the same time. So yeah, it's definitely difficult, to multitask. All right, you're looking at gold. What are your? It's gonna be interesting to hear what are your thoughts here on? You're looking at the higher time frames. You're starting with the monthly.
Yes. Just to say that there isn't anything to look here.
Okay. Nothing on the monthly.
Yeah, well, there isn't. Well, there's a lot to be said, right? The trend is very clear. The higher high time frame in the last 2 months, or at least the last 1 month, I should say. We didn't have a body on that candle, right? The very small one, the last 2 one. I should correct myself. The last 2 ones, very small body, and that indicates a change in directional movement, right? Compared to before. So that also prepares us for perhaps to color in the kind of market structure we're currently having, which is more rangy, range bound compared to what we had before. That's the only thing that the monthly is telling us. On the weekly, coming back in, we do have 2 structures that are still valid, but and they are also indicating the range bound character of the market. But they're not telling us anything really, in the sense that giving us too much of opportunities or direction, indication of what we should be trading. We could you should consider, taking the short from the supply and the long from the demand. But that is quite broad. It's not telling us much. They are there, they're still valid, and they will exert their power on price action. That is these bearish and bullish structures, but it is not giving us any signals currently. Let's go one step lower to the daily time frame. And we have a quasi here, a bullish quasi on what am I saying? On gold. On gold, that is the established downtrend. Last couple of days, I've been talking about that a lot. And before you can have a reversal, you got to have a trend. You got to have a direction before a movement in one direction before you can have actually a reversal. So that is the established downtrend. And we did break the neckline, and it is an inverse quasi in the direction of the higher time frame. So I do like it for many reasons. And that leaves us with two entry order blocks, right? The one we already tapped into, and we're tapping again for the second time. It is the second retest. And normally for a fresh order block, a second retest is a no-go to me. I don't want to, participate anymore. But because it's an entry order block, not a fresh order block anymore, it's an entry order block based on the quasi, I am still able to engage that. So I'm going to do that whenever that shows itself. So that means that we do have a reason to go long on the daily time frame, as well as a reason to go short from this structure whenever we get there. And if both of them trigger, I will take both of them, even though it sounds weird. Mathematically, it's still profitable to do so. So we are back in the order block, the entry order block for the daily long on gold. Let's go deeper to see if we have something else on the H4. And yes, we do. Look at that. This is a beautiful quasi within a quasi, just like the market is on many occasions. And what I mean by that is we have a quasi right here. Let me mark it. Right, that's the neckline on the quasi. This makes this area here the left shoulder, and this the head, breaks the neckline. That's the neckline right here. Breaks the neckline and comes back to in this case, the only structure or area that it has as a possible area to bounce from. And we are seeing some reversal from it. And as you can see, I'm going to point it out. This is the area, right? This is the area. That is the order block. And you can see how we get in, and we are showing, or the price is showing some little reaction in the lower time frame. It's not too much of a thing yet. On the H2, let's see, we actually are looking at a possible bullish order block. And on the H1, I think it already happened. It has already happened, and it is this order block.
Victor, I got a quick question for you. How often do you clean your charts? Like, how often do you remove everything and start from scratch?
Whenever it invalidates the structure, I take it off, because until then it's still valid, right? For example, it depends on what the structure is. Of course, a fresh order block is still useful to me while it is fresh. And I have a rule how many candles that is. And once that happens, it's no longer fresh. It cannot produce a signal. So what I will do is I will just make it smaller, meaning I will not use it for my signals, but I still want to know it's there, because if I have a trade, I can still use it as a target, because for targets, they're still good. They don't have to be necessarily strictly fresh, a number of bars. That's for fresh order blocks. And for quasis, it's still as long as the quasi is valid, and the quasi can get invalidated, whether the price, I'll show you guys, for those who want me to look at, to explain what I'm talking about. So let's say we have an order block. Very simple, right? Let's keep it simple. We have an order block. Price created that order block with a wick right there. That's the movement of the price. And if it keeps on going, and it doesn't come back until much later, by then a certain moment, I'm no longer interested, right? And that what I will do is then make it smaller. I'll not take it away because the order block is still there and price will have a reaction from it. Just, not as good as it would otherwise. That's one thing. And once it, and if price were to, obviously, if one price were to, let me mark this, if price were to come back, that's the creation of the order block, let's say something like this, and then comes back while it is fresh, but it doesn't respect it and violates that order block, then obviously that's an invalidation, and I take it away right away, right? Whenever I see an invalidated structure or order block in this case, I will take it away. And in the case of a quasi, let's say you have a quasi, and it takes some time. It can take a lot of time sometimes with quasis. What I would do is I will leave everything that is pertaining to that quasi, meaning the retracement, the order block, the entries, everything, as long as that quasi is still valid. And the quasi can be invalidated by two ways. One is price goes through it and doesn't close down there in a relevant time frame, and then this whole thing is invalidated. I'll clean everything because nothing else, it's not relevant anymore. Or if the quasi gets too big, let's say it keeps on climbing. I'm doing all kinds of weird stuff here, but you got the point. Let me do this again. Let's say it keeps on going higher, something like this, right? And without stopping, and a certain moment, the retracement goes so high that within this area, there are, in that particular time frame, there are so many order blocks that it's no use, right? You have to go to a higher time frame. So in that time frame, the quasi is no longer useful. It's not invalidated, simply not useful. And in those cases as well, I'll just clean it, not like this, but I will actually clean it, with a proper way, like so. So, I hope that answers the question. Was it something in the chat? Someone asked in the chat?
No, that was just me. Just had a quick little question for you. I do think that there's a couple of questions on, what is a quasi?
Yes, I will.
Yeah,
I will discuss that, but I'll continue, because I think before people forget the continuum from the top-down analysis, we were at H4, and I was saying we do have a daily order block, a daily entry order block to look for a long on gold. We also have a H4 reversal, right? The daily is a much bigger structure, right? That's the whole thing, the whole complex. But the H4 is just from this area. Just here, we have a break of the neckline, and we're coming back into a relevant structure. Anyone can already trade this whenever we have a indication, a price action confirmation that price has reversed. And that is whatever you have checked to be a good indicator, good signal. You could already, without going to the lower time frames, get your entry in, put your stops below that structure, and then target the high of that the whole complex on the H4, or maybe on the whole complex on the daily, depending on rules. That is in itself already a perfectly valid setup. However, what I would do is I would go to the lower time frames and look for those type entries, right? Considering if this were to be the reversal, which I don't have, we don't know that, we never know that in advance. But if it were to be that, I want to be in this area, right, where we have an overlap of two time frames, both of them telling us that we had a reaction. This is from the earlier H4, which is, let me mark it there, I'm gonna mark it. So that's the area that I want to be taking a trade from. So what I would do would go to the lower time frames, and this is the area then that I'm interested in. Right? It's not no guarantees, obviously, but this is the area that I have, you know, a good chance of catching the actual reversal. And we can then go to the lower time frames. Now, this would already be the head. So actually, in that case, I would start from here and consider this whole thing. And now it already made a quasi for those who already know how to trade a quasi. But before I do so, let me explain what a quasi is. Right, a quasi is a variation of the head and shoulder pattern, very popular reversal pattern. Okay, so what it is you have the head and shoulder, which is a reversal pattern that indicates a reversal. Obviously, that's what the name is, right? Where you have the left shoulder, the head, and the right shoulder. And normally in the classical explanation of this is that you have the bottom of the shoulders, that is the trigger area. Whenever price breaks down that line, the pattern is complete, and you can assume that price will continue to go in that direction for some time. And you know that this would be the areas that classically the head and shoulder would be triggered, and you would have, you know, all kinds of variation how to trade this. You enter right there at the break, and you put your stop above the right shoulder, above the head. Many variations. You also have the variation where you enter when price comes back a certain, you know, certain amount of distance. So you'd be not entering at the breakdown, but actually entering at a, you know, possible area of retracement before it continues. Right? So it breaks down, retraces back into the head and shoulder, and then moves on. Those are the classical one. But the quasi, in the difference with a head and shoulder and a quasi is that unlike the head and shoulder that is, you know, presented as something symmetrical, at least the textbook versions of it, the quasi isn't, right? The quasi can have all kinds of weird shapes and will still be a quasi. This does not look like a head and shoulder, especially if you take away these highs. But that would be a very beautiful, even though it's not symmetrical, it will be, to me, a very beautiful Disney character. By that, I mean the Quasimodo, right? So to me, when I see this, I hear the bells of Notre Dame's ringing because I know I need to be getting ready to get my entry. And what I do is, you can trade the Quasimodo many different ways, but what I do is let me mark this. I have rules that indicate, you know, the breakout structure, which is the neckline, and I would wait for that break to happen. I would measure the high and the lowest point at so far, and I will try to look for my entries between the 50% retracement and the top, right? So this will be the area that I would be interested in looking for the reversal. For my entry, I mean, meaning I would be looking for my entry there. You know, how you enter, you're free to decide that. What I do is I look for order blocks. I combine that with order blocks, something from the left, to see if I can catch a very tight entry. In that case, you can just put the stop above that structure, even though the whole quasi is not invalidated. That order block, you're assuming that order block is going to be respected, but you could just as well put it on top of the whole structure, which is obviously safer. But your risk reward ratio will not be as you know, as much greater. It'll be okay. You'll still be profitable if you have everything in place. All right, and the TP would be then the lowest point of the whole complex. and you can vary, you can vary with that as well with something closer by or extended, depending on other confluences you might have in other time frames and so on. So that is in a very small, in a nutshell, what a quasi is and how I trade it in comparison to the head and shoulder. All right, so we do have, coming back to gold, we do have an order block here, and because we have the H4 and the H1, I would then go to to this time frame and indicate what I would be then willing to trade. What I would be willing to trade is the, let's see, the H1. This closed at this closed at 2. So I'm gonna mark that. That happened right here. Okay, so that is, I wouldn't have been able to use it because there is a quasi from this level. And if I mark it like so, you'd see that you do have that very beautiful. This happened right at the close of the candle. So you could still have traded this right at the close from the H1 order block, the creation of it. We could have entered here. But that already happened, of course. But that doesn't matter because there are many, there are many entries you can get, different time frames, and sometimes you got multiple entries, as I did this morning. Although all of them failed, I do get them with very tight entries, and it's okay. I only need to get one entry, something like so, and then have, let's say, actually catch the reversal. And it's going to make up for all the losses that I had, like just one entry, and I have a couple of those, could be easily 10R or even more, as you can see. All right, so that is what I'm looking for is the gold, a possible reversal from that area. And if it comes back, at least for me, the area that will be interesting is anything in here. And currently, there isn't any quasi. Is there a quasi that I can, let's see, for those who are wondering how, where exactly I would be entering, I'll take that as the head, the left shoulder. Yes, they'll have the left shoulder. So that means that I'll go back from this area and indicate all the order blocks right here. This one is one big one. So that will be one. And let me check if we have. So I, in a different world, I would be in the OR, but now I'm scalping the order blocks on my chart. All right, so that's another one, and we have 28. 27. So that's nothing. Okay, so these are the two areas that I would then be looking for price to bounce off. And if it doesn't do that, I don't do anything. As you can see, these areas can be very, very tight, and that's exactly how I can get tight stop losses on my entries, and and be profitable, not to say good profitable, even though my win rate is low. Okay, now I'm gonna go check my the chat. I haven't been looking at the chat at all. I have no idea what was the last thing I read. I'm gonna move this to a bigger time frame so people can follow gold, as we have a lot of gold fans in the audience. And while I'm checking the chat, don't forget, make use of the time. Click the like button if you can. Let's make it a challenge. I'll challenge you to see if you can click the like button. Let's see if you can win that challenge.
Victor, I gotta go. I gotta record a quick video, and I'll see if I'll be back before we end. But it's 20 minutes. I want to share first before I leave. I want to share something. I am, as you guys know, I'm working on that algo portfolio, and I'd like to share the journey with you guys on what I'm working on. And I want to share first before I leave here, the MetaTrader 5 platform where the trades are not where they're executed, but it's the account. So you can see here it actually took a long here on NAS 100, right, like 30 minutes ago or so, and you can see that it's very strong push to the upside here on the NASDAQ with an entry right here and about to perhaps even hit that TP today. Other trade I have is USD JPY. It has moved the stop loss to entry. Looks like it might hit that stop loss at entry. And then GBP JPY, which is more of a kind of swing trade breakout system with a very tight stop loss right here. Now, what I wanted to share with you as well is the on the 5ers hub. I want to share the actual hub, the actual account on the 5ers website. So you can see right here, this is the account, and you can see it like it went into that drawdown. Okay, and what's interesting with this is where right at this very top is when I got funded. Right at this very top is when I got funded. But as you can see, it went up to almost up to the target. You can see 26,400 right here, and 26. Can you see my cursor? No, I don't believe you can see the cursor.
Yes,
but it
can.
almost hit. It hit 26,400, and the target was 26,500. So almost hit the target of the first phase of the bootcamp challenge, and then it started this downtrend. Now let me share with you as well the funded account where I'm using the same EAs, and you will see that how I got funded right at the very top. So right at the very top of that uptrend is where I got funded on this 40K account. And if I guess if the NAS 100 trade hits TP, at least what I would be doing here is at least put in another higher high in the equity curve. Now, what I've done here is, now this is the forward testing phase of this, right? So what I've done is I've reduced risk because obviously I've seen that I'm risking a little bit too much, because if that drawdown would have continued, I would have lost the account. So I need to adjust the, it seems like I've over-exaggerated the risk that I'm taking. I looked at the average drawdown. I put this into portfolio, and I actually see that the max drawdown of this could be as high as 17% with a 1% risk per trade. So obviously I need to pull back the risk per trade significantly. But I'm hoping that we'll see some good continuations here to the upside once. I mean, it's only 15 trades, and it's a 33.33% win rate, hoping that we'll get that risk to reward up. So yeah, we just wanted to share that with you guys.
That's nice, right? Seeing how the EAs can do their own thing, be profitable. The only thing is, you need to be very confident. Not you necessarily, Jonatan, but I mean, anyone trading EA need to be as confident as have a lot of data, know exactly what is possible, what is normal, to be confidently trading that EA, because they will go into drawdown. And what do you do when it becomes something we didn't expect, right? Yeah, that is where the confidence come in, and the data and the statistics, and you say, well, this happens once a year, that happens once a month, it's okay, or not. This never happened before. I need to stop this right away.
Yeah, and it's also a lot of people, they we're focused on how much money can we make, how much money can we make with this system, and then you see that you enter a winning phase and an uptrend in equity, and you start thinking about how much can I increase risk here, how much money can I really make on this, and you start forgetting about looking at the max drawdown. And then I kind of look at every individual drawdown of every individual system, and saw that some systems had like 8%, 5%, but then combined it had a much higher max drawdown. So I thought that the max drawdown was somewhere between 8 and 10 by only looking at each individual strategy. but then when you combine them, it went up to 17. But but they're not correlated, which is interesting. But I see that one of the strategies, especially USD/JPY, has a very high volatility of returns. So it has a high volatility of returns, which means that I probably need to limit the exposure to that specific strategy. So if I limit exposure to that strategy significantly, then that should lower the average drawdown of the whole portfolio. But it's still, I think that that's the biggest challenge, I think, finding a risk management strategy across different systems,
When you say they're not correlated, how did you come to that conclusion? Is it because they're not using the same currencies in their pairs, or some other way?
Okay, so the way that I looked at it is I've looked at it from both, like, are they opening trades around the same time, closing trades around the same time? Do they have profit and loss around the same day or the same time? But there's a lot of more research I need to do on the correlation. There's a lot of different things you can run to see how they're correlated. They might be more correlated than I think. From what I see right now, they're not very correlated. But then I have two systems running on GBP/JPY and USD/JPY, and they're both breakout systems. And to me, the statistics show that they're not correlated, but logically they should be correlated. That there should be a clear correlation between them. But yeah, so there's still
why logically? Because there's the same currency.
Yeah, because GBP/JPY, I mean, if there's a breakout on GBP/JPY, a lot of times you'll see that there's also a breakout on USD/JPY. And considering they're both breakout systems, a lot of times they'll take the same breakout. But statistically, there shouldn't be. They're not correlated, which I think I need to do more research on that.
Yeah, because in the end, a fair assumption would be, if they are using the same pair, let's say you have euro NZD and euro dollar, both of them having euro, you would expect some strong correlation. That's a fair assumption, and that's something that needs to be checked, obviously. The same way as the logic behind the strategy, meaning, as you said, the breakout, both of them being breakout, both of them having yen in their pairs, you should see high correlation. But in the end, the ultimate answer comes from the data, and having them run together and actually see how many times do their individual equity curves move together. And that is the test to check. So what needs to be done there is between when you have a portfolio like that, is to have a correlation number, a metric that indicates how each of these strategies that are included in the portfolio, how much, to what degree do they move together, and based on not only on the metrics of the performance of each individual strategy, they may be very, very profitable, but if they're very correlated, it doesn't help the portfolio. So in picking the composition of the portfolio, it's going to be the next thing is how to select the components that are least correlated, so that the portfolio, on a portfolio basis, you have a very favorable return ratio of return divided by drawdown, right? Risk adjusted returns. And that is the trick, the next phase, right? So optimizing the return, risk adjusted returns on a portfolio basis, and that is achieved by not choosing not only the most profitable strategies on their own metrics, but how they work together. I hope that helps the audience as well.
Yeah, definitely. All right, guys. I will quickly jump up, record this video, and I will. Okay, we got 10 minutes left. I'm sure that you'll share some wonderful insights here in the last 10 minutes, and I will be joining you back tomorrow in the live trading. See you guys tomorrow. All right.
Take care, Jonatan. Thank you for everything. On behalf of the whole world, everyone appreciates all your efforts to this community, to this industry. This is long gone, but he will hear it someday in the future. All right, let's see. We still have 10 minutes. So what do you guys want us to look at? This is EU, and we can I can look at other pairs as well. Obviously, we do have the reason for this setup, right? It's one H4 order block, which is quite wide, and we had another order block on the H2 after the H1 failed. I had a couple of losses. This is the area, right? So it is. I'm gonna take away, not this one. Let me take this away. Yeah, between these two, that is where I'm going to be. That's the. Let me mark that. That is the area that I'm looking to trade. Let's see if I have it correctly. Yeah, that is the H2. Yes, that is the area, right? So this is the area on EU. I know it's quite broad, but that's how it is, right? Sometimes the structure, this is the area, right, that I think is based on the overlapping of the order blocks, have a great chance of catching a possible reversal. And I see that the trend is downwards, and I understand that the reversal in this case would be against that trend, meaning it has a lower win rate, much lower than going with the trend. But these pops, they happen often as well, right? So even in the downtrend, you will have these moves that are perfectly able to be caught, and they will happen with with frequency. You will have counter trends, right? So that is basically what I'm trying to catch. The next move, if it is going to happen, I want to be part of that. So let's look at the 5 minute and see if we did break the neckline. That's the neckline in this case on the 5. The neckline is right here. I haven't painted it in or haven't marked it, but this is the neckline. There you go. I see a lot of Picassos being mentioned in the chat. I don't know if that is because I'm very talented with my drawings. If it is so, thank you very much. I appreciate it. But let's see. So that is the reversal, and the reversal is right on the 5 minute. It is within that area. It is perfectly fine and perfectly normal for price to eventually break all of them, right? Because that is the trend. The trend is downwards. So what I'm trying to do is wait and see, and I need not to be too eager to trade. So I want to only trade when I actually see a reversal, a price action reversal, meaning price really. Let me take off this this alert. Actually, maybe I should take off the whole area. So that I only want to be trading when it really shows me that there is a good chance of buyers coming in. Let me mark that like that. Okay. So, and that is because I understand that this is against the trend, right? It already failed here. As you can see, all these, they didn't trigger all the order blocks, but I did have a couple of losses, as I mentioned before, right? Not necessarily perhaps in there, exactly there, but these structures, they triggered me in at some point and it didn't work out, which is normal. So you want to be extra careful with your signal, right? The signal has to be something that doesn't show very often, but it needs to be something that gives you a good chance of catching a change of charge, or who is in charge, change of control, which side is in control. And on the 5-minute, you can see it is having a little bit of a reaction, but that wick tells me that order block is not great. That is the 5-minute. It's not great. And on the 1-minute, I think it already broke. Actually, it's still holding, but it's not too great, to be honest. It's still on its path downwards, so we can just wait. Just wait where it goes and see if it reacts or not, right? So, all right. Jaman from Colombia. Welcome from Colombia. Greetings to you. What else we have here? Yes, it's normal. Vinicius, it is normal. We not every reversal, especially if it's against the trend, and this is against the trend, it is a counter trend of a much higher time frame, but it's within the hourlies, it is against the hourly trend, and that we don't know where that's going to stop. That can continue to go lower, and quite possibly will end up going lower, perhaps. But that's okay. That's okay. Let's see on the daily time frame where the ATR is. I have on. We still have 5 minutes. Time flies. I thought I had a lot more time with you guys. It goes too fast. Let's see. We have. We still have about 36 pips on each side on the ATR. So there's a lot of room either for a pop, right? Let's measure what the ATR currently would be looking like. What look like 76 currently. Actually, let me measure it on 70. And on the in here it is 70. Okay, so let's use 70 in that case. That is exactly right. Exactly that daily order block. It's unlikely, basically, to, in honesty, it's unlikely to reach that area. Looking at how low the volatility was so far. But that's what the ATR is telling us. So if it is, calculate based on the ATR, I would still listen and take it into account. I think it was 59, around 59. Let me just double check that. There, yes, I think it was a little bit lower there. All right, so that is based on the ATR, which is, very different from price, what price has shown us so far. So it tells us if it breaks, this can really continue to go down. I'll have to change the visibility on this so we can see it, and here as well. There. All right. There we go. Those are the ATR's lines. It is not likely to reach them, but hey, maybe after the break, it will have an acceleration and continue, in the next couple of hours into that area. We'll see. This is the most likely area based on the structure, market structure, the most likely direction. But if I get my signals, I will take them any day of the week, even if they are against the higher time frame trend. I'm gonna go check the chat. Remember, guys, you can make our channel even better. I know you're enjoying it, and we're grateful for that. But you can make it even better by increasing our likes and our numbers by adding yourself as a subscriber if you're not yet one. Let's see. Musa saying lost a lot of his trades today. I hope you're following your plan, and if you are, then it's okay. It stings because you don't want to lose, but it's as long as you're following your plan, that is a great thing to be having. All right, so let's see what else. All right, So I have this because this is the setup that I would like. I would trade. Not only that, I'm actually waiting to get a trade here. So I'm gonna leave this on the chat, on the screen, and I'm gonna check my chat, not mine, the chat, to see what you guys are thinking. Thank you for all these, Fonseca. Thank you for all these messages, the niches, all these great members. You guys are great. In the chat, all that engagement, we love it. All right, as you can see on the 5-minute, look at that. You don't have to. That's the importance of not going blindly after these structures. Look at that. Is this anything? Does this indicate anything that buyers are coming in? Not yet. Maybe in this candle, but so far it's very anemic, right? They don't have an appetite. Maybe now they have a shoot jump. Who knows? But so far, it's not happening. And that's exactly what I'm waiting for. I'm waiting for the market to convince me that the buyers have come and they're not going to give back their power, their control of price. All right. So thank you, everyone. We have reached the end of our stream. Thank you for your presence, for your attention, all your engagement, your likes, your subscriptions. We love them. Keep them coming. There is going to be a workshop on the Discord community today. I'll be hosting it. I would like to invite you, if you're not part of our community yet, don't miss that chance. Get your account with the 5ers, which will give you in your personal area your entrance to our Discord community. It can be the smallest account, and it's totally free. The Discord community, that is, once you buy the account, the Discord community is completely free, and you will be able to follow our streams. We have our Discord sessions. You have the whole community. We have contests, all kinds of activities. It's a great place to be, great community to be part of. And if you are already a member, join us in about 43 minutes, where I will be hosting the session, and we can have some great conversations about trading. All right, so that's it for today. I hope you had a great time, and I invite you to meet me again tomorrow, same place, same time. Goodbye.
Listen up, traders. We got a new competition with massive prizes launching at the 5ers. The top traders, they will win high stakes accounts, and everyone in the top 100 will get a prize, including hub credits and bootcamp accounts. And we're actually doing this every single Wednesday, week after week, so you will always have a chance to win. It's fast, it's free, and it's easy. All you have to do is just sign into the 5ers hub, click on the contest on the left menu, and join the upcoming competition. We hope to see you all there. Good luck.